recording again. Okay, so sorry guys, I lost about an hour there because my cymbals fell off my table. It fell on a cord which disconnected the USB from my computer, and I lost my video, but I only lost an hour of the 5-hour recording. Thank God. So this video will experience, and then apparently my camera disconnected, everything disconnected, which is so stupid. What volume setting are you on? Now you have the microphone all fucked up and everything. At least I found out. At least I figured it out. So, okay, find some other sounds to go on here. So.
Breath is still a renewable material,
what?
But not necessarily as flammable.
Yeah, change the sound. You're fucked up.
Bring glass bottles to the end.
Respawn the Ender Dragon and collect its breath before killing it again to reopen
there we
the
go.
portal and return home
So
to acquire more.
there we go. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Now, last thing. Tons of technical difficulty. I'm so sorry.
Those who have or want to renovate the End Island, but worry about respawning the Ender Dragon as the dragon itself breaks blocks. But the solution could just be as simple as the dragon can only break block if it is the original one. As fireworks are no longer completely free to make, each one has a cost to use. Not much, but enough to not spam them all over the place. Using a few here and there, especially to save yourself from dangerous situations, would be fine. But when you start to need a whole stack just to get from place to place that you visit regularly, the costs will add up, and you'll start to incentivize possibly using a different form of transport. But if you do still want to use fireworks all the time, it just requires farming more Dragon's Breath. It all comes down to what the player chooses to do. I'm not changing any of the mechanics like making rockets slower, I'm just adding a well-needed cost to balance the massive boost in power it provides. Another nerf, which I think could be an interesting idea but does affect the mechanics, is to have the Elytra deactivate when you touch any liquid, because we all know that bees can't fly in rain, so why would the Elytra be any different? You won't be able to use the Elytra while underwater, which doesn't make sense anyways, and would give a good reason to be on guard while flying in the overworld, for if the sky turns grey and you aren't close enough to the ground to reach it before it starts to rain, that could be a long fall.
I'm gonna pause to eat, but I'm just gonna watch mining.
Launch yourself up with Riptide by standing in a puddle of water and glide from there, but you won't be able to use the Elytra plus Riptide over and over again in the rain. Sure, it is one of the fastest forms of travel, but the only way to do it safely is to do it so high that you can't even see the terrain, if it has even loaded based on your speeds, leaving you with just a grey and blue screen, usually with the debug menu enabled to know where you are, which isn't really interesting gameplay. It would mean that it's safer to use the Elytra in dry biomes where it doesn't rain, but otherwise it gives some possible downsides to the Elytra to be able to give the other forms of transport a chance. If you were to also make it deactivate in lava, you would make Nether slightly more dangerous again, as you wouldn't be able to just fly out of a lava lake if you accidentally fell in, and if you are unprepared, could result in death again. Now, I wouldn't want to just nerf the Elytra without giving the other forms of transport a buff to help bridge the gap between the two. To help give the different modes the boost they need, we need to look at what sort of situation they should be targeting and figure out why they aren't doing it justice. If the Elytra should be shorter, quick activation and high variability situations, what should the others do? First, looking at animals, I can confidently say that pigs are perfect. Moving on, in 1.6, the horse update, we got, you guessed it, horses. We also have donkeys, mules, llamas, striders, and more recently, the camel as rideable entities. The horse is supposed to be for adventures, being able to run quickly and jump high. It is supposed to be able to handle newly generated terrain as you explore for whatever it is you wish to find. However, there are three major and frequent obstacles that stop the horse in its tracks: trees, water, and cliffs. Although they do work well in the plains, these obstacles come up far too often, and it can be more effort than it's worth to take your horse with you. Now, what if while riding a horse, leaves acted more similarly to scaffolding, where although you can stand on top of it, you can enter the block from the sides and below. Horses would no longer get stuck on every tree they face, and only be stopped by the trunks themselves. To still incentivize going through the plains when possible, however, The horse could just travel slower while inside a leaf block similar to powder snow, but at least trees would no longer be a complete roadblock. Horses have a swimming problem. It's not too bad when you cross a river where you can use a lead to pull the horse across or just meticulously push it across, but when you get a call in from the line where the sky meets the sea, it's not so easy to solve. Apart from building a long bridge or traversing the nether, which has its own problems, since you cannot put your horse into your pocket, your horse is effectively trapped on whatever island it spawned on. Up until recently, Bedrock Edition had the option to put them in a boat, but as players struggled to break the boat without hitting their horse, Mojang removed this feature, which I think is a mistake. Players could have used the relatively unknown mechanic of using a lead to get them out, but why not also work when using a fishing rod, or even better, when the player tries to jump while riding the horse? This would help horses immensely in using them to get from place to place. Another option could be to let horses benefit from boot enchantments like Depth Strider or Frostwalker, either by using the enchants on your own boots or letting horse armor have enchants, but that's another whole can of worms. And for cliffs, just slowly climb down, water bucket down, or for the more sophisticated of you, slow fall your way down. Since the donkey and mule are based off the horse, where the donkey is slower but can have storage and the mule is in between, most things done to the horse would help them too. The Strider is the lava boat and doesn't really need changes, and the llama stabbed someone 37 times in the chest. We do not need to speak about the llama. The camel, however, has some missed potential. Although you can have your friends join you on your journey, that doesn't help when you don't have any friends to join you. One idea I have to fill this void is to allow villagers to join you by trading with them to gain their trust. Then by hopping on a camel, the villager will attempt to join you. Then later...
Okay, sorry, I gotta put my dishes away. I'll be right back. That's quite good. Spicy. Yeah. A little bit of chocolate. What? I'm getting up there.
just try to trade with the villager again to tell it to get off. People have been asking for a better way to transport villagers for ages, and this seems like it has potential. Especially now, as you might need to transport villagers from different biomes to complete your trading haul. Camels already only spawn inside desert villages, so it's not too far-fetched an idea. I think boats generally work okay, and everyone loves their ice paths in the nether, no matter how little sense it makes. The main thing to improve with boats is an easier way to get other entities in and out of it. But the minecart? When powered rails are used to transport redstone signals more commonly than minecarts, you know something is wrong. As the most expensive to set up, its payoff is usually just not worth it. Some very smart people figured out that you can make minecarts much faster by using curved rails and pistons, at the cost of being even more expensive and even worse to set up and fix, despite setups to automate the process. Minecart and rail orientation can be messed up when placed. Minecarts bump into each other when going around corners and can just derail completely when moving too quickly, which is why they're capped at the speed as they are now. The visuals are sometimes just wrong. Furnace minecarts just exist, and less important spawner and command block minecarts just have their own problems. But the biggest problem of all, of course, is you just can't do sick jumps with them. To give copper more uses, why not add copper rails, where the oxidization of the rail indicates how fast the minecart can go, from very fast with new rails to much slower on oxidized rails. Use a downhill slope to build up speed until the max speed that rail will allow is reached. Or why not use the furnace minecart to reach those speeds, making the furnace minecart more useful as it will be the main way to maintain these new speeds. You could give it a small inventory so that you can put a lot more fuel in it for long distances, and use an activator rail to automatically turn it on and off. Use chains to link it to your minecart and potentially others so they don't disconnect along the way, and to be able to make actual trains. It would also be nice to be able to right-click rails with your hand or a special item to be able to rotate the rails between its possible rotations, much like a debug stick can, to be able to have more control over the rail placement when placing a lot in close proximity. Hopefully, by giving nerfs to the Elytra and buffs to the other forms of transport, it can create a more balanced and interesting playing field where each shines in its own area rather than having one mode of transport to do everything. I am going to start off by agreeing with the larger Minecraft community that the inventory needs an update. However, since I laugh in the face of danger, I do not agree with how the inventory needs to change. I firmly do not believe that the common suggestions of just add more rows or increase the stack size are good solutions at all. In fact, I believe that the inventory as it is right now is a pretty good size. Instead, what we are lacking are the tools to easily manage everything. People claim that as Minecraft has gotten older, the amount of obtainable blocks has bloated while the inventory size has not changed. I beg to differ. Minecraft's first inventory held a maximum of 36 stacks, a total of 2,304 items, although more realistically 2,000 when you leave some slots for your tools like sword and pickaxe. However, since 1.3 with the ender chest, 1.9 with the offhand, and 1.11 with shulker boxes, your inventory can now hold up to 110,592 items, or more realistically 100,000 items, a total of 50 times more storage capacity. And that's before you consider the likes of donkeys and chest minecarts to carry more items with you wherever you go. So, what improvements do I think could be made? Currently, although the main inventory is 36 slots, your hotbar can only ever use 9 of them at a time. The rest is effectively a backpack. But what if each row of your inventory acted like its own hotbar? Then add some toggles such that when scrolling, instead of scrolling across your hotbar, you scroll through the different hotbars of your inventory, much like some rotating storage. So although the actual size of the inventory has not changed, it may feel like it got bigger as now you have easier access to all of it. One thing you can do with this is instead of having most of your hotbar taken up with all your different tools, leaving only just a few slots for blocks, you could dedicate that row for your tools and then scroll to the rows that have all your blocks when building. Or you could split your rows based on what you're doing, have a pickaxe and stone based blocks on one and an axe with wood based blocks on another row. Speaking of tools, I will have to admit that through the updates, they are the one thing that we have gotten more of that does actually take up more of our inventory. Currently, no one wants to use up one of their precious slots to hold a spyglass just for the off chance that they might use it, and it's usually too much effort to get out of a shulker box to bother with, so no one ends up even using it. However, a possible addition is to add some sort of tool belt, a new part of the inventory which can only hold unstackable items for those tools that we seldom use. The ones we don't want taking up much of our main inventory, but still want quick access to when we want to use them. It would also give more reason to hold something like a smite sword on you to quickly switch between when out fighting mobs. Just also add tool trims to make it easier to differentiate between them all. Stuck in development hell lies the bundle, which could be a great tool to handle lots of individual types of items. However, in its current form, it's not really easy to take particular items out of it apart from spewing everything onto the ground. It does, however, have a pretty nice UI to show what is inside, but trying to get this preview to work well on mobile is the roadblock that is keeping it from being added. If I were to implement the bundle, I would make it so that you could open it up like a chest, but from inside the inventory. Since the bundle itself isn't an unstackable item, there would be no need to split stack, so right clicking it could open it up. From there you can move items in and out of it with much ease, just make sure to keep that 1 stack limit. Or perhaps make it 3. Turning it into a semi-chest could also be the solution that the mobile platform needs to overcome its roadblock. Then, taking from the bundle, it would be nice for shulkers to have a similar UI to see its contents from inside the inventory rather than just the text that it is today. In version 1.21, Minecraft finally received the autocrafter that has been requested for years, and it does work great. But that doesn't mean we could also improve the manual crafting experience. Crafting is literally in the name of the game. If you've ever played around with villagers, you might have learned that you can press space to be able to automatically input what you last traded to make bulk trading easier. So tell me, why can't you do the same with crafting instead of needing to click the crafting book every time? You can press Q on the output to automatically craft and drop the item simultaneously, but why not the whole stack at once? If you really wanted to increase the inventory size,
7
let the
gold.
2x2 crafting grid also become slots of the inventory, so you can more easily craft on the go, or store more items at the cost of not being able to craft without the table. It's just the little changes like this that would make the whole experience much more enjoyable, and perhaps make the inventory feel just a little more loved.
Oh, there it is.
Captain Jeb, mission report on the combat snapshots you were working on. Nothing to report, sir. Nothing? This is outrageous. It has been 3 years since the last one came out. I need them prompto. You may be on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. Push those combat snapshots to a full release, then we will talk. Okay, seriously, where have those combat snapshots gone? There are so many, both major and minor changes that would be so useful to have. Additions like having your loyalty trident return from the void, be able to hit enemies with a smaller hitbox with less issues, shorter cooldown times when missing your swing, stackable potions, and so much more. Even if no further changes are added to them and they are just thrown in as is, I can already hear the shouts of joy across the world from both 1.8 and 1.9 PvPers alike. It's a gold mine just sitting there collecting dust. Just add it. It will be super easy, barely an inconvenience. One combat change I would like to see that is not part of the current combat snapshots has to do with the Death Una reverse card, the Totem of Undying. Found only in the far corners of the world, inside the deadly woodland mansions. These totems were so powerful that it could even save those you loved from dying. However, they came at the cost of its rarity and difficulty to obtain. Even just holding one in your hand risked either
12
using
gold.
it
Oops.
or losing it. So you saved them for the times you really needed them, otherwise you were just wasting them. With your trusty steed and a map to guide the way, you set out on a quest to clear out the mansion and collect around 3 of these totems, with the hopes of turning your hardcore world into just a survival one. But then all that changed when the 1.14 nation attacked. The mansion was no longer the only way to get these totems, for there was a new supplier in town, the raid. No longer did the player need to travel all the way to the mansion, as the pillager patrols could spawn near you, which could then trigger a raid right at your home. And if you reached a high enough wave, it spawned the totem wielding evokers with it. Now this alone wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't for the fact that raids were not only repeatable, but fun. No longer was a world limited in the amount of totems one could provide, for now players could collect as much as they desired, and if there was no cost to getting them, there was no cost to using them either. Gone were the days where you players weighed up whether they should hold a totem or not, for now everyone just holds one regardless of what they are doing, and if one does pop, no worries, just put another one in your infinite supply into your offhand. Death truly is no longer an option. Let's look at the other item that you might hold in your offhand before you get your hand on these powerful totems, the shield. With its ability to block incoming damage from in front of the player, it is still a pretty useful item, especially early game. However, unlike the totem, its effect is not active at all times. Instead, the player must choose to activate it by holding right click and at the cost of its movement speed and the ability to attack. If the totem were to work like this too, then its power to cost ratio will be in the balance again. The totem will no longer be able to just automatically save you whenever something goes wrong, but it must be called upon, for else it would not work. It would still be an item worth getting as its power to save is still there, it just means that death still has a chance to get you when you are least expecting it to. Although it would be nice to see a reason to go to the mansion again, perhaps the Illusioner could help take care of that. Speaking of death, let's now talk about the undead, more specifically the zombie villager. When killed by a zombie, a villager will die on easy or be zombified on hard. Originally when a villager was zombified, it would lose all of its memories about what profession it was and what trades it had. So on hard mode, your villagers had the potential to turn and attack you, but if you had the right resources, you had the potential to save them, so you didn't need to collect new villagers from scratch, and those that you did save gave you a discount on its new trades. However, this all changed in yet again 1.14, where villagers now remember their trades through the zombification process. Due to the discount mechanic, it then became incentivized to purposely zombify and cure your villagers for a discount. And up until recently, you could even stack this discount for even cheaper trades. This one mechanic is one of the large reasons why people claim that hard mode is actually the easiest mode. Since villagers are the most humanoid mob, and forcing them into zombies just for your benefit is not very humane nor balanced, I would either have the large discount only be applied the first time they are cured, then diminish over time, or perhaps flip the difficulties so that easy mode players can enjoy the large discounts, but if playing in hard mode and you let a zombie reach the villagers, say goodbye to your friends, because mistakes should have consequences. I am still a believer that with the right overhaul, the mob everyone hates, the monster of the night sky, the Phantom, can be redeemed. A few key changes to their behavior could be the difference between players disabling them or not. With regard to their spawning, make them check the light level of the ground below where they spawn, so that light in the area does in fact stop them. And since they don't like cats, if a cat is nearby, don't let them spawn either. Have the counter only increase when the player is in the overworld, since the Nether and End don't have a day-night cycle, and for the technical player's sake, make them part of the normal mob cap, so that the mob switches can outright disable them. Apply some easing to the path the Phantom takes to make its movement not so jerky, so it is easier to tell where it is going and therefore easier to hit. Have them start passive and get more aggressive the longer you don't sleep, and possibly utilize the size tag to make them more interesting. Make sure they don't apply knockback, and when dawn comes, just have them dive into the ground Terraria boss style rather than having to deal with flaming phantoms. And since the membranes could have some use with the new anvil changes, as you might prefer longer lasting elytra over automatically repairing ones, the last change needs to be to change their scream to something which doesn't make me want to rip my ears off. There exists an interesting mechanic where if a creeper explodes while under a potion effect, it creates a lingering cloud effect with that same effect. But it is so extremely unknown because there is almost no reason for a creeper to ever have an effect during normal gameplay. Taking from hard mode spiders, what if other mobs were also able to spawn with these potion effects? Imagine a zombie with jump boost or a creeper with swiftness. Make it tied to the Y level so that the deeper you go, the more likely for these mobs to appear, to give the idea that the more you descend, the harder it gets. Another way to expand the usage of potions is to be able to tip your weapons, not just arrows. Allow the option for your sword to become slightly more powerful for the next few hits, at the cost of, well, using a potion. One other addition I think could be cool to see has to do with the new armor trims. Because the price needed to apply them effectively requires diamonds if you want to keep the template, there is a high chance that you won't be applying trims to anything below diamond armor. One way to add trims to low level gear is to take the armor that can be naturally generated on hostile mobs and give those a small chance to come with any trim with any material. Like how people collected chainmail armor before you could just buy it from villagers, it would give a new reason to want to collect mob armor again. Also, please make the templates have a broken form that can be fixed instead of just breaking, as newer players might not know how to duplicate them first and then have no template to copy anymore. And for those that play on peaceful, hostile mobs could be added, but just make them passive like shulkers so that they can enjoy their loot and have a chance to actually finish the game. Another one of the most commonly requested updates is to do another revamp of the end dimension. Although I think there is a lot of potential here, until then, there are some small changes that the end could greatly benefit from. I know that the end is supposed to have this dead vibe to it, but there is a difference between something feeling dead and something just feeling boring. When the end is just completely flat, and all you do in it is wander around aimlessly hoping to come across a city, only to when you do, know exactly where all the loot is, especially once you have your first elytra, there is little more challenge that the end provides, especially when you realize that the end is the only place where you can just stop anywhere.
You know what it sounds like when I hear these kids talk about this stuff? And I'm sympathetic to their problem. I have the same issue. I think... I've gotten really, really good at the game, and it's problematic. We gotta really fix everything and change everything to be harder, like the Rust Zombies server kind of thing. And I've just gotten really good at this game, and I don't know, you know, what else to do. And so I need the game to be harder, and I need the game to be better. And I want these things to be faster, and I want the quality of life to be better, and maybe every 3 or 4 hits on a tree, I just want to chop a tree. I don't want to, like, keep hitting whack, like a Minecraft for you know, 45 seconds. I want to be able to get a free hit every once in a while, you know? And Face Punch won't give that to me, but the Zombies mod server admin will, and those are the quality of life things. And I'm like, oh, you don't give it to me, so I need you to fix this and this and this and this and this all the time. I think about all the things they could do to fix Rust. Like vanilla Rust, I think should always be this large clan affair, but I think modded Rust should be off the fucking walls like Gary's mod. And I think there should be tons of RPGs and tons of RPG mobs in their like repertoire for enemies and stuff like that. Not just like dudes in suits like Half-Life. I want like lots of RPG mobs. I mean, technically, you could pretty much I wouldn't mind if you could put Rust into Gary's mod and get the engine and then just mess with it and make monsters for Rust, you know. And then play Rust within Gary's mod, and then because it's like it seems like they're too lazy to make their games good, I guess. And I know what this kid's struggle is, you know. How Minecraft actually works, source code, yeah. How Walter White manipulated everyone, yeah. I mean, he did. What conservative hypocrisy reveals about their ideology. Okay, well, let's watch this one. That one seems kind of provocative. Here is here is some more news with what conservative hypocrisy reveals about their ideology.
Tweets aren't loading. That's weird. Oh, hi!
I don't know what you're doing. You are non-paying for YouTube.
Huh. Tweets aren't loading. That's weird. Oh, hi! Welcome to some more news. I am Mr. Cody the News Johnston, and today on the news, breaking news. Conservatives are hypocrites. Wow, such news. Okay, maybe I lied when I said this was news. I'm sorry, I'm the hypocrite in that specific case. But if you could just bear with me for a moment. The holidays are coming up, which tends to mean a lot of uncomfortable living and dining room moments with conservative family members. So I figured put this video on for them. Toss it up on the big screen. Make it an event. This video where I, Cody the News Johnston, the People's Champion, list
The
off
People's
many
Champion.
recent and less recent examples of conservatives having absolutely no moral standards. And that's mostly what this episode is going to be about, followed by a little debriefing. Won't that be fun? For the whole family. And don't worry, I do curse a lot during this. Piss jabroni. Why conservatives are hypocrites. Maybe one day I'll do a family-friendly episode, I swear it. F dicks, veiny dicks, going into pussies. Anyway, let's start with this Kanye West fellow. Have you, heard what's going on with that guy? Chances are, by the time we edit this episode, there will be so much more to say about Mr. Loves Hitler so much. And while a lot of that news is extremely disturbing, it is at least extremely funny to see conservatives twist themselves into knots to try to cope with Kanye. Taking a dog whistle, attaching it to a megaphone, attaching that to a Fender 68 custom vibro champ, and then just burning all of that and instead explicitly spelling out that he doesn't like Jewish people to the entire nation. If you're new, dog whistles are ways to signal an opinion that is typically considered unacceptable or gauche, like hating Jews, by using a less conspicuous or literal phrasing. Code words that bigots know, but the general public might not.
Chomo.
Globalism comes to mind as a very common dog whistle for Jews. You can find tons of examples. Yahoo it. But Kanye, it appears, did not get the manual of how to get away with anti-Semitism. He did not use a dog whistle, to the point that we now have video of a desperate Alex Jones trying his damnedest to tee Kanye up for a nice, easy dog whistle, only for West to knock it into a sand trap and then take a dump on his putter.
I don't think Hitler was a good guy. I get the Hugo Boss uniforms, amazing. But I mean, just because you're in love with the design, you're a designer. Can we just kind of say, like, you like the uniforms, but that's about it?
No, no. A lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things.
Dude loves Hitler, it seems. And he's certainly gone a long way since simply declaring DEFCON 3 on Jewish.
I was not aware. So let's go listen to Alex Jones talk to Kanye West. Oh no. Oh no. I had no idea. Oh no. Chew the Fat with Smooth podcast, okay.
On the platform, because I don't agree with someone that doesn't believe in Christ saying, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool, not you. And this is my friend, right? This is my boy.
This is on InfoWars. Is InfoWars like free? I don't know. Like is this DMCA? No, because it's on YouTube, right? It's a banned video. Here, just show me this.
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve.
Thank you, the New York Post.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. The Jew, I love everyone. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
What do I mean?
Nick Fuentes. I hate Nick Fuentes.
Like
Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier. Big surprise there.
Okay, so how about...
Wait, no, wait. I'm thinking of Daisy Fuentes. Never mind. I don't know about a Nick Fuentes. I don't know who that is.
You leaving? Are you referring to the press?
The asteroid is depleted.
He's gone.
He's done. Oops.
The asteroid is depleted.
$10,000 meters. Why? Okay. Well. Wow. People have gone crazy. They're like crazy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
People.
The world's going to hell in a
Those
handbasket.
quaint days of like a month ago, we still pretty much knew what we were dealing with. It's not exactly like Kanye backpedaled or apologized for that
No.
one tweet. He actually did the opposite of that.
And he's telling me like, yo, I want you to visit the Holocaust Museum. And I was like, yo, I want you to visit Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum. I'm like, yo, I put
What?
my life on this at this point. Because they've been f***ing with me too long. They put the crazy narrative out there. My Jewish trainer, Harley Pasternak, who's Lizzo's trainer, put it out when I went to the hospital, put it in the press.
Black Lives Matter.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You can cancel. You can get canceled by the Jewish media.
No,
Say Black Lives Matter.
No.
So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet,
What?
the DEFCON tweet, nah, he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team, or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney.
Ah, yes, the old doubling down.
You ever looked at a casting? You know when they roll the credits at the end of, say, anything Disney's made? You ever noticed how it's a lot of different cultures? It's not just one.
Technique that definitely lets you keep your career. Boy, Kanye really can't do dog whistles. He just can't help himself. Like, he tries to do a dog whistle and gets frustrated and has to just come out and say it.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital,
What?
and what media went to. We know I can't say that.
He is an anti-Hasidic person.
It was a Jewish doctor.
I don't know why I care. It's just really shocking to me.
So, you know, there's Kanye's alleged anti-Semitism, according to Reuters and the Metro at the time. At what point can we stop saying alleged? Does the guy literally have to say, yes, hello, I'm being anti-Semitic? What's his defines anti-Semitism as...
The thing about it, me and Adidas, it's like,
I farted.
I could literally say anti-Semitic and they can't drop me.
Yeah.
I could say anti-Semitic
You,
things.
seems
and
like
Adidas
you
can't
do it all the
drop me.
time. Seems like you're doing it right now.
Yeah, so okay, cool. And again, he would go on to literally say that he likes Hitler. And look, this isn't an episode about Kanye or everything
Yes, it
he
is.
said or whether
Yes,
or
it
not,
is.
Mentally.
Yes, it is.
What I'm getting to is that right before his anti-Semitic diss track, the right wing was fawning over him for a stunt where he and Candace Owens wore a shirt that says "White Lives Matter." Ben Shapiro thought it was great. Fox News thought it was great. The official Twitter for Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee blasted out,
They're like, oh, we got Kanye. We got Kanye, guys. We got the yay. And then they realize what they're straddled with when they back him. They're like, oh no, we have the Black Trump. He's completely crazy. One wonders if he's a criminal, you know?
Kanye, Elon, Trump.
Yeah, Kanye, Elon, Trump.
A tweet that only got funnier with
House Judiciary GOP.
time until it was quietly deleted about 2 weeks ago. Because almost right after all this early Kanye...
As rapper praises Hitler. Tweet deleted as rapper praises Hitler. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I don't know. What the fuck?
Praise from the GOP, that other shoe dropped. The anti-Semitic red-laced work boot, to be specific. And instead
Red-laced
of
work
saying,
boot.
oh no, we were wrong about Kanye, apologizing. We were treated to a combination of Olympic-level mental gymnastics combined with straight-up lying and covering up.
Yeah, I would say so.
Recall, Tucker Carlson, the Tuxin, interviewed Kanye recently, and it turns out that a lot of that interview was left on the cutting room floor. Specifically, the part where Kanye said he was vaccinated for COVID-19. Also, all the anti-Semitic bits.
I prefer my kids' new Hanukkah than Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering. Kwanzaa doesn't, so they don't teach even Christmas itself, Christ Mass.
A Jewish holiday being about financial engineering, huh? Very allegedly anti-Semitic.
What is this crazy person talking about? Sounds like he's got holes in his
bad
brain.
enough for someone pretending to be a journalist. It also completely goes against Tuck's own stated philosophy. Because if there's one thing we know about this clenched anus of a man, it's that he hates media censorship.
Democrats are very worried about the coming elections, but they're absolutely terrified that Elon Musk may allow people to criticize them on Twitter.
Excuse me.
And they know what Republicans don't seem
You
to
look
know.
so crazy, Tucker. Your hair to your fucking tie to your fucking your fucking plaid shirt. You look fucking crazy to me. You look like Trump. You got the same orange skin. You look fucking crazy to me, Tucker Carlson. It's like this rich, privileged, red skin, just orange faced, just Republican thing about having money and shitting on the peasants, I guess. I don't know what it is.
About censorship, the Democratic
But I hate it.
Party cannot continue to hold power.
And the other side is just as bad with their smug NPR bullshit. I swear to God. I don't know. They're like sacrosanct. It drives me crazy.
Democrats understand that. So what they're really arguing is, in the wake of this attack, which is awful against someone who did not deserve it, and we want to be clear about that. Paul Pelosi really is a nice guy. Hard to believe, but he is. But in the wake of that, they're telling you, unfortunately, you can no longer have free speech. Well, you can't.
Interesting. Odd words, given Mr. Freedoms over here censored Kanye West. So it's okay for you to take out all the parts of the interview with Kanye that make him seem less appealing, like his anti-Semitism, so you can have a nice, clean, curated interview of him just saying the things that make him palatable to your audience? Mr. Carlson? Isn't that a little bit censorious?
You know who's for censorship? Weak people are for censorship. I can't handle what you're throwing at me, shut up, or else. That's exactly what they're saying. Strong people don't behave that way. Only the weak.
So why'd you censor Kanye, tough guy? If only weak people believe in censorship. Are you afraid of the truth that Kanye's a proud anti-Semite? The real reason he edited out the anti-Semitic parts while quietly leaving in everything else, despite being Mr. Anti-Censorship, is because he knows that's not how dog whistling works. You have to be subtle. If you come right out with, I hate Jews, Jews are secretly controlling the world, you sound hateful and unreasonable, and people will stop listening to what you say.
Oops.
Instead, you need dog whistles like globalists or Hollywood elite or friends of Larry David. you gotta try to sound reasonable, just asking questions
Friends
first.
of Larry
Then,
David.
when you've softened up your target, started to convince them that there's a cabal of globalists, it's easier to then tell them that the globalists are Jews. If you come in too hot too quickly with the Jews in all caps, you're going to scare away the people you're trying to indoctrinate before you have a chance to indoctrinate.
That's true.
them. Once Kanye's DEFCON 3 on Jewish people tweet was farted out, another right-wing grifter named Candace Owens painstakingly tried to logic her way through his statement. And because that's an impossible task, the result was just the most tasty of word goulash.
That was the tweets. And people subsequently demanded that the tweet be taken down for anti-Semitism. Now, if you are an honest person, you did not think this tweet was anti-Semitic. You did not think that he wrote this tweet
Are you
because
sure?
he hates or wants to genocide Jewish people. This does not represent the beginning of the Holocaust. That's if you're an honest person, you will admit that. What is DEFCON 3? Did he mean DEFCON 3, which would be a military defense position, not an offense for those of you that are offended? A military defense position?
Yes, thanks, Candace. Thank you for that nuance of DEFCON being a defensive military posture that can escalate to mutually assured nuclear destruction. DEFCON, of course, not even being the actual word he used, but yeah, I'm sure Kanye just meant that if the Jews fire nukes, then the Gentiles should respond with their own. So Candace Owens is saying Kanye isn't anti-Semitic because he didn't literally threaten the Holocaust, because I guess the bar for anti-Semitism is just Holocaust now? Like, you have to do a whole genocide to be a bigot? But also, not sure that Candace Owens is the person we should be consulting about Holocaust stuff.
But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
But all the Hitler should have kept it local talk aside, it's awfully interesting how much effort she's putting into defending Kanye when she used to not care what celebrities think. I know this because one of her early videos for Prager, let's call it University, was repurposed from one of her first ever personal YouTube videos and was literally titled, "Dear Celebrities, We Don't Care What You Think."
Dear celebrities, I'm sorry to be the one to have to break this to you, but we do not care. Not in the slightest particle of an imaginary thing what you think.
Oh, weird. It's like she's a hypocrite.
Like a
I
thought
wonder
police.
If this has anything to do with the fact that Candace Owens' husband is the CEO of Parler, and that Candace Owens then used her personal connection with Kanye to convince him to buy Parler, a conservative social media company that has seen its traffic drop by over 80% this year. Also, looks like that deal is, not happening now for some reason. But still, money! Money was probably a factor in Owens defending Kanye's anti-Semitism. But what makes Candace Owens a hypocrite goes far deeper than this one event. It goes all the way back to how she first became part of the public eye in the first place, after she was the victim of an awful hate crime in high school in 2007. A group of cracker teen boys, frosted mini-wheats, had sent her death threats based on her race. The FBI arrested one of the little chumps, and Owens sued the school for not initially protecting her, and won. Good for her. She wrote an op-ed on the incident where she expresses what seems to be genuine, heart-wrenching distress over being called a liar, as well as not being given a say in how her story was used by the media, and generally feeling powerless and used by politicians, and not receiving apologies from the people in power. In the op-ed, she announced an anti-bullying website that she started. A website that, quote, will stop online bullying by outing the bullies. She goes on to elaborate. I created a searchable database of people who spew hate online. I hope it will make people think twice before they exercise their First Amendment rights online as a means to hurt others. So the website was essentially a way to dox online bullies, and it was met with actually a lot of resistance from both people on the left and on the right, at least in terms of the weird post-Gamergate internet culture of the time. The target of Gamergate's vitriol, Zoe Quinn, was actually opposed to the doxing in Candace Owens' website. And so when Candace Owens started getting harassed by trolls over the anti-bullying website, Owens was somehow convinced Zoe Quinn was behind these trolls. According to New York Magazine, pulling all her suspicions together, Owens laid out her full theory. She is convinced, based on a series of escalating misconceptions about how social media works, mixed with a dose of exposure to the Gamergate literature, and some helpful input from the Gamergate supporters who have been following her tweet storms, that Quinn and Harper are making a lot of money by faking harassment against themselves to boost concern about the issue, and that they were worried Social Autopsy would blow their cover. In other words, Candace Owens got harassed as a young woman, was angered at being called a liar and used as a pawn, and then made a misguided doxing website as a response. And when another young woman said that was a bad idea, she called that young woman a liar and supported a harassment campaign against her. You know, like a hypocrite. And while that's a juicy little jab at this now right-wing grifter, I want to ask everyone to consider if it was good or bad that Owens was harassed as a teenager, before immediately saying that of course it was bad. Harassment is bad, which is why what Candace did was also bad. Anti-Semitism? Also bad. I don't even have to double check that one. So it also seems bad that these people are trying really hard to justify Kanye's actions. But see, this isn't about Candace. This is about right-wing hypocrisy and what it means, and what the main takeaway of pointing it out should be. But to get to that, we need some more examples. And boy, we got those after our first ad break. Spoilers, it involves a very special man whose name rhymes with Bren Sub-Zero. Can't wait. What's up, my tubular bras and braettes? It's me, Surfin' Cody. When I'm not chasing the nug or hanging 10 on a sweet bomb wave, I'm on the shore chugging my vites. That's vitamins with the Hodad types. You know, coming off that juice. And nothing gets me more pumped for hitting the lip like AG1 by Athletic Greens. They're the category-leading superfood product that brings comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition to everybody. You see, Air Boss, AG1 keeps up with the latest in nutrition news to create their product, which is a drink that replaces all your daily vites. Look on as I get beated up on this fabulous liquid. Blah. Bravo Zulu, that is smooth. Just one tasty scoop of AG1 contains 75 vites, mins, vitamins and minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients designed for any lifestyle. You can be vegan, or vegetarian, or keto, or paleo, and it'll give you that serious military power, bro. You'll be quaking in your Zoom bag. Just take it from me, Pilot Cody. I'm a pilot now. So yeah, check out AG1 if you're sick of dealing with numerous vitamins, or feel like you need to inject a little more nutrition into your routine. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you an immune-supporting free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase if you visit athleticgreens.com/more news today. Again, simply visit athleticgreens.com/more news to take control of your health and give AG1 a try. It's a 4-bagger, baby! Baseball! Hey, look! We're wet, and we're back. Now, I know what you're thinking. In all this Kanye business, what of fact-fucker logic master Benjamin Shapiro? His ability to deftly navigate the turbulent waters of reason. Now, obviously, we can't list every single time Ben has contradicted himself in a hypocritical way because we did last week, and I'd like to get out of here before the new year. In terms of Kanye, well, Shapiro of course liked Kanye because it was Ben's chance to prove that conservatives are cool and hip. He also tried to use Kanye as a way to point out hypocrisy on the left. His argument being that the left only accuses West of being mentally ill when he says right-wing stuff that they don't like. I'm sorry, but here's like a full minute of Ben explaining this.
Kanye West is in the news. He's in the news because he's becoming more overtly conservative. He did an interview with Tucker Carlson last night in which he came out as clearly pro-life, and he made a point that Democrats simply cannot stand. He made the point that more black kids are killed every year in New York City than are born every year in New York City thanks to abortion. Again, one thing that is very telling about how the left responds to Kanye West is that when Kanye West goes on stage and is crazy with Taylor Swift, their response is, oh, that's amusing and not crazy at all. The minute he says he's pro-life, like, that guy's crazy. He's pro-life? No way. He's a black dude who's pro-life. That's impossible. Impossible. Kim Kardashian, by the way, is considered totally sane, despite all of her myriad sexual peccadillos and the fact that anyone who dates Pete Davidson is, by definition, insane. It's an amazing thing, right? The media definition of insanity is not actual mental illness, which Kanye has actually acknowledged that he struggles with. That's not mental illness. Mental illness is when you're right wing. Mental illness is when you put on a MAGA cap. Mental illness is when you say that you don't want to kill babies. That's the true mental illness.
First of all,
wow, I had no idea the left was acting like that. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't condone what he says.
Jab. Fun stuff, Ben. You're a real cut-up. And while there is absolutely hypocrisy on the left about all sorts of stuff, perhaps in another video one day. But does Ben actually know how people reacted to that?
That guy seemed really angry.
It was like a decade ago. Did he look that up? I know he was only 4 at the time, but the internet exists. And I'm willing to bet he's right in that most people didn't immediately assume he had a mental illness because that's just not how that works. However, there was at least one article from The Root that identified this problem at the time. But even if Ben is right, his point is that people will use mental illness to hand-wave the stuff they don't like while holding on to the stuff they do like. Specifically, he identifies the claim that conservatism stems from mental illness.
The pathologizing of right-wing viewpoints goes back a long way. It goes actually back to a book by Theodore Adorno called The Authoritarian Mind. The suggestion was that there was a pathological drive in capitalist societies that led people to become authoritarian. It was a Marxist view of what America was. And so the idea was that if you were right-wing, you were going to become a fascist. And that was because you were pathologically ingrained. There was something wrong with you. You were the kind of person who was abused as a child or who abused your own children. And that has made its way into modern politics in a variety of ways. People pathologizing their opponents, suggesting their opponents are mentally ill rather than just wrong, suggesting that there must be, some sort of actual deep emotional disturbance that drives policy differences.
So Ben takes umbrage with the claim that, quote, if you were right-wing, you were going to become a fascist, and thinks that we too often pathologize people who are conservative or right-wing, and that Kanye is an example of that. Remember, this is all before Kanye came out as, well, having similar views to certain fascists named Hitler, certain fascists named Adolf Hitler, actually. And I'm not saying all right-wingers are going to become fascists, but rather that it's hilarious that Ben used Kanye to say that right-wingers won't become fascists. So anyway, let's see what Ben has to say after the whole even more anti-Semitism stuff happened.
Listen, on a personal level, I get Candace defending her friend. She's very close with Kanye West. I get it. I don't think that her defense of Kanye is correct or convincing. I think that the real answer to the Kanye West of it is Kanye is a bipolar human being. I mean, he's made this very clear. I talked about this on the show.
Oh, so the Jew-hating stuff, that's the bipolar side. Hey, Ben, didn't you just say that the left was doing this exact thing with Kanye's conservatism? See, Ben now has to separate Kanye's other right-wing beliefs with his overtly hateful...
It's weird because this guy is woke, that guy is not. Do you see it? And it's weird because this guy is probably the king of woke. But that guy is not woke. Like he's not. He's not. Like the guy on the right is. Because you can see the stupidity from both sides. But this guy, he'll tell you right to your face that he's woke, but I don't think he is. I don't see anything about him. I think he lives this Democrat life that's about as tribalist as it gets. And woke is anti-tribalism, kind of. It's the idea that the government doesn't love you anymore, and that the Republican and the Democrat parties don't care about you. You're nothing but a vote to them, and when they get it, they'll just walk all over you. And yeah.
Full ones.
And so this guy goes and takes a shot at a leftist, just like he takes a shot at the rightist, because, you know.
Suddenly, the situation is very complex and nuanced. As opposed
or I don't know, maybe Ben Shapiro is a Republican. I don't know. Who is Ben Shapiro? I don't care about these fucking talking heads. I never have.
To say Liz.
It's scandalous to me. Just, I mean, I don't know.
Playing a flute.
The reason the clip is viral is the contrast between a person...
The Daily Wire. Why does that sound... Why does he look so angry?
...working, and the idea of an extraordinarily classy instrument, a historic instrument, that speaks to sort of the gentility of America's founders, being brought into a context that is vulgar. It's the vulgarization of American history.
Ben, you have to realize how funny it is to think there's a grace to the founding fathers that's being made vulgar by a woman shaking her rump. Surely you've yahooed the words Benjamin Franklin plus mistress before. Or, maybe look into slavery and what happened to the Native Americans. But the main point here is that Ben now has to really struggle with explaining why Kanye's anti-Semitic views are separate from his conservative ones. And so he's decided to pathologize some of Kanye's beliefs while handpicking the ones he likes. Literally the exact thing he claims the left is doing. To be fair to Ben...
Oh, he's a rightist? I would have pegged him for a leftist. I don't know. He looks leftist to me.
No, he did eventually...
He's got that... I don't know.
There, kind of.
Ye is a Jew hater of extraordinarily high order. Ye is suffering a mental breakdown. These things are not mutually exclusive.
And honestly, good job, kind of. But perhaps now that you've accepted that Kanye is an anti-Semite regardless of his mental health, maybe he should reassess his praise for those White Lives Matter shirts and, I don't know, think about how the things he supports are clearly a few hops away from full-blown Hitler-loving. For the record, I do agree with Ben that it's really bad to just call your political opponent mentally ill. And it's true, some liberals do this, and it's bad when they do that.
I think Trump is mentally ill. And he seems to be facing 200 felonies in court, dictating that my supposition might be true. You might see why I might think that. He's got 200 goddamn felonies. You think he might be crazy? I don't know, but I mean, I'm just going off what I've heard in the news. That's all. As to Republicans being crazy, I don't think so. Like, I think they can be leaning towards bigoted things, but I wouldn't call them crazy, no. No, actually, a lot of my complaint about the Republican Party is that they don't seem crazy to me. They seem uptight and angry and scared. And I don't know. I don't like angry. I don't like anger, fear, or desperation. It's not really a good look, you know. What happened here? You're like not moving. Oh yeah, because I'm the lead. Yeah, so I guess I'll take us to that. Yeah, there we go. And I'll put the drone on that thing, and I'll target the closest thing. Asteroid is annoying. There we go. Made a lot of money here. Like, I don't know, 100 mil, I think. Or like 80 something.
Mental illness is not just a catch-all term for someone doing something I don't.
Like, I see these people and I think crazy people, but I think this, and I say it about them, but I don't think, like, I don't know. I don't know what the mental illness would be. I think it's narcissism.
and actually refers to specific disorders.
Narcissism and pathological lying, and this idea that the government jacked you somehow. Isn't that sound kind of paranoid and crazy? Like, not that the government jacked him, but that they got away with it. That's kind of paranoid. Like the Republicans in Georgia called him full of shit. You know, they were just like, you're full of shit.
A person's quality.
The Republicans said that. The Georgian electoral counters were like, you're full of shit. You didn't win this county. No.
Addictions. I'm glad Ben agrees with me here. You know, unless we're about to cut to some clips showing him doing the exact opposite of that.
I have said, and I will continue to maintain, that gender dysphoria or gender identity disorder, whichever DSM you choose to use, is a mental illness. I mean, when you create an oversensitive society where there's a premium placed on being offended, where you get rewarded for being offended, what you're actually doing is creating mental illness among people.
Ah, darn, you were so close to being a good logic boy, and you whiffed it. Oh, and here's a 2010 article from Ben arguing that liberalism takes over the brain and says homosexuality should be considered a mental illness. So, womp womp, etc., and so forth. Womp womp again.
Do you understand why we say bigoted? It's because you say stuff like that. That's why. Right there. You say stuff like that. You understand like why we say you're bigoted? Because then you're like, oh, well, God thinks homosexuality is evil. And it's like, that is like the most bigoted thing I've ever fucking heard. You understand why we think you're bigots? You understand? Like, you know, you come out and you say things like this. I mean, and the craziest thing about it, I've got to say this. I think you keep trying to say woke or something. My thing is that I would say I at least am intolerant of you more than you are intolerant of gay people. I'm more intolerant of you than you are of gay people. You know what I'm saying? Or say abortion, how intolerant you are of abortion. I'm intolerant of you, like the Republican, you know?
He's a bit of a hypocrite, which would probably explain why he's...
And I feel that I am bigoted, and that I am a self-hating bigot who hates you for your bigotry. But my bigotry is that I hate bigots, and I hate bigots worse than I think you hate things that cause you to be a bigot. It's just sort of weird, like, you know, it's just such a stupid cycle of loathing and disdain and just dumb. I hate the endless cycle of it. I want off of it. I'm just going to stop talking about it, I guess. I don't know what to do about it. All the time I want to talk about how my life was ruined by pretty much the system. But then my life was saved by this system, essentially. So, I mean, it's just weird. All the time I want to talk about how bad the right-wingers are. But I hate the left-wingers just as much. And I don't know. Maybe I should just stop talking, period. You know?
Pointing out hypocrisy. For example...
I don't see a solution there. I see some kind of disenfranchise, that INR thing that keeps happening over and over and over again, where you're like, I have to make some kind of recalculation about my my countenance towards this or some such, where it's like, yeah, you're more bigoted towards bigots than they are towards whatever makes them bigoted. So then who's worse? You're like more, what's the word, exclusionary and elitist and just like fucking disdainful and dismissive than the actual bigots towards bigots. You know, you're like, okay, well, like the way that you might dislike whatever is the way that I dislike you, you know? You understand how terrible of a fucking loop that is? And you're like, what do I do? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do to like get out of that problem where your disdain for bigots makes you a bigot. You understand?
Drive active.
I'm probably gonna go to my spiritual advisors about this one. Thank you. No, wait, wrong one. All drones return to ship. Not orbit, but return, damn it. Or whatever. Return. Oh, wait. Did you get your fucking drone? Yes, you did, I think.
Docking request accepted.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. Go home. Locations. Home. I must run a booster.
Warp drive active.
Booster. Consume. Very good. And we gonna get another booster in her, too. I'll boost her so hard.
And abuser Herschel Walker, and that whole coerced...
Every time I see a black man in the front of a Republican microphone, it's like Jews for Hitler or blacks for Hitler, like what Ye's doing, like blacks for Hitler, I guess. That's so weird to me, seeing a black person in a fucking suit dummy getup trying to sell the fucking world or whatever the vibe is that the Republican and the Democratic Party is up to. I look at that suit dummy getup and I'm like, man, I don't know, man. Same way. And honestly, I get the same exact reaction when I see a white person. I see that suit dummy getup and that fake fucking professional approach. Professional, as if any way they run this world is any less of a scam than us, you know? And I'm like, oh no. I mean, sure, so you grow up in Georgia, you believe that fiscal conservatism is somehow along the same thing as Trump? No. Trump was a Democrat for 40 years, blew money like it was going out of business. You know, liberal spendocrat. 40 years he was like that. Until he finally started voting Republican. And like, if you think that guy represents fiscal conservatism, no, he was on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous for many times. Fiscal conservatism. I don't understand how you can be that rich and be fiscally conservative. They spend money all the time. He blows 10 grand on just contempt of court this week. You know? How is that fiscally conservative? What?
Abortion thing. According to Ben, it is so very telling that the supposedly horrible thing that Herschel Walker did, according to the media, was support the pro-life position, not knock up a woman and pay for her abortion. Because if he were pro-choice, this would not be a story. The hypocrisy charge, as always, isn't about the personal immorality of someone's activity, and it's immoral as all hell. It's about undermining the actual moral standard they violated. So, to circle back, anti-abortion Republican Herschel Walker likely coerced multiple women into getting abortions after getting them pregnant. And Ben here is complaining about the media for pointing out the hypocrisy of Herschel Walker and that the media would be fine with it if he were pro-choice. First of all, no, I can't speak for the media, but pro-choice people still wouldn't be fine with coercive abortions, which is what Walker is being accused of, because the whole point of choice is nobody should be forced or pressured to give birth, and nobody should be forced or pressured to abort. But Ben doesn't mention the coercive aspect of the story. That's not the part he's talking about when he says immoral. So if there wasn't a coercive aspect to this story, then I guess, yes, Ben, the media wouldn't be pointing out Walker's hypocrisy if he wasn't being hypocritical? That's your brilliant take? See, Ben, by being anti-abortion as a politician while being pro-abortion in his personal life, Walker is basically showing that he thinks he's entitled to be allowed abortions, but he wants to make them illegal for everybody else. And so the reason moral hypocrisy is important to point out is that if someone truly believes in a rule, they should be okay applying it to themselves as well. And if they're not, maybe they're a shitty person, or, and this is important for abortion specifically, maybe it's actually a shitty rule. If abortion is literally murder, conservatives should be desperately disavowing Herschel Walker, who is, according to them, a murderer. So are they doing that thing?
Herschel needs to come clean and just be honest. We also know that we all make mistakes. And it's just better if this actually did happen to say I'm sorry and ask for forgiveness.
But have either of you had conversations with him about these latest allegations?
Raphael Warnock and the Democrats want to make this about Herschel Walker's yesterdays. Herschel Walker wants to make this about Georgia's tomorrow.
You knew that was coming. Of course you knew that they weren't going to care. It turns out that what they publicly decry as murder is all yesterdays and mistakes when one of their own party does it. And the reason is obvious, as stated by anti-abortion Ted Cruz.
And it's not going to stop them. Hell yes, I want every Republican running for Senate in this country to win.
Yeah. They want their team to win. That's all they want. At least conservative radio host Dana Lash is honest about that very obvious fact.
Please keep in mind that I am concerned about one thing and one thing only at this point. So I don't care if Herschel Walker paid to abort endangered baby eagles. I want control of the Senate.
Got some bad news for you, Dana. In a way, it's refreshing to have that little amuse-bouche of honesty, that she'd rather see a baby bald eagle get aborted than see a Democrat elected. Anyway, they're hypocrites. Of course they are when it comes to abortion. This is an entire phenomenon that you can read about from feminist author Joyce Arthur, whose essay, The Only Moral Abortion is My Abortion, describes the many anti-choice people who end up getting an abortion thinking their case is special, and it's just other women who are immoral for getting an abortion. It's a very good essay, very thoughtful and empathetic. And I want everyone to think about what it means to call out anti-abortion politicians and supporters for getting an abortion themselves. Because it certainly shouldn't be an excuse to shame them for the abortion, right? Important detail here. Perhaps something this whole video is circling. Ooh, foreshadowing. Is it foreshadowing if you say it out loud?
Autopilot
I don't know.
jumping.
Because there are some things you can't help in this world. People get unwanted pregnancies, even conservatives. That's why they should have the right to abortions. And so for the GOP to make laws limiting people's medical decisions is just asking for this kind of right-wing hypocrisy. Just like the right is notoriously hypocritical when it comes to anti-LGBTQ policies, because being gay isn't exclusive to a political party, even if they pretend it is. But I'm not going to get into the specific right-wing homophobe turns out to be gay trope, and instead talk about a more in vogue hypocrisy, which is the anti-trans groomer panic currently making the rounds. And the brand new trope, anti-grooming homophobe, turns out to be a groomer type. And just to be clear, that's not at all compatible or comparable to being gay. And unfortunately, I can't talk about this without also talking about Matt. I'm sick of talking about Matt Walsh.
I was not previously familiar with the term drag mom, though from context it seems that this is just another way of describing a professional groomer. The, quote, drag child is handed over to the drag mom to be groomed and conditioned. It seems to be essentially a sort of pedophilic, predatory farm system that the groomers have set up. Progressivism does what the name suggests, what the label suggests. It's progressivism, so it progresses, except that it progresses in the same sense that, say, cancer progresses. It keeps spreading and getting worse and eating away at our civilization until it is stopped, or until it destroys its host. And just like cancer, stopping it is not a gentle or a painless process.
Do you understand that you sound like Mengele when you fucking talk? You weird, fascist, conservative piece of shit that sounds terrifying. When your mouth opens, fire and brimstone and all the threats of Satan. It's really weird when you talk. It's like biblical and scary. You just alarm me a little bit. Listen to the things that this fucking moron is saying that is sad and alarming. It's just like, oh my god.
In drag events, in any capacity, should be outright criminalized everywhere. There is no other.
Transvestitism is evil and it should be banned everywhere, and it's just all this stupid ass shit that he's saying, and it's like, what, dude? Like, no. Back that shit up. Back it up. You done pretty much alienated an entire fucking faction of people, you know? And I'm just not down with your bigotry or your idiocy or your... Oh, you know what I didn't do? Shit! I didn't turn in the goddamn thing. I didn't turn in the thing. I didn't turn it in. How much is it to go back? It's, no. I'll just use a warp cudgel. I didn't turn in my thing. I forgot I didn't turn in my thing. I have to go do that first. God damn it. I have to go leave again right after I warped. It's so stupid. This always happens.
Right. No, this doesn't stop until police are breaking down the doors at these places.
Yeah, just go break in the homes of all the trans people and drag them away like Night of the Long fucking Knives. Do you hear your Hitler Nazi ass fucking speak in public about our own community members like that? You worthless fucking right-wing fucking fascist fucking bigoted piece of fucking worthless shit. You gotta listen to these things and sad alarming coming out of your fucking mouth. You are a serious detriment to goddamn society, you hateful fucking bigot.
Adults away in handcuffs.
Matt has
Yeah, just drag all the trans away and drag all the trans people away in handcuffs. Hitler never did anything like that, you know? That's not totally, like, basically the Nazi fucking solution. Like, the final solution is what he's pretty much pitching. I mean... Yeah, just arrest all the trans people. After that, we'll just send them away on trains. And after that, you don't need to know what we do. It's like, that's like literally what it fucking sounds like to me. I'm sorry.
reality in which there's a drag show pedophile faction.
Yeah, so let's go bust into all the houses of the drag show fucking people. And who are supposedly grooming their own children, their own adopted children or whatever. And like in the weird sick foulness that's just coming out of your weird Republican conservative paint bubbled addled fucking mind, paint thinner bubbled fumes addled mind, and that conservative bubble of yours is like
drag performers, citation fucking needed, and calls progressivism.
So let's just all go bust into poor trans people's homes. Like, if this guy has his way, right? Let's all just go bust into trans people homes and black bag abduct them. I don't really understand how that's not essentially you committing a Holocaust, essentially. What you are proposing is what sounds like to me the Night of the Long Knives. Is pretty much right out of the Nazi fucking playbook. I'm terribly sorry. The only other time in history where we've like ousted, disabled, or gay people, or black people, or Jewish people, or any of that shit. And by we, I mean like the white race or whatever the fuck. I don't mean we. It wasn't me or my ancestors that did that shit. We're talking about the fucking Nazis here. I don't have any history in the Nazi family, or I don't have anything in my family from the Nazis. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, so I say we just because you share the same goddamn color of skin as me, but we're pretty much different when it comes to anything else, because it's just like weird. So like, you know, so your solution to these trans people that you don't like is to essentially order our police to go door to door, black bag abducting them. And so I go thinking throughout history, the only other fucking... You understand now, I'm not trying to draw this correlation because I have a desire to. I'm telling you the logic and the shit that it takes me towards, right? The shit that he said, right? Pragmatically and logically, where do I go with this? I think, when was the only other time in history that we ever black bag abducted people that weren't like us or whatever? And you know what I come up with? It's the Holocaust and the Night of the Long Knives and the goddamn trains and the gas chambers and all this and the lies. And I think that's the only other time I've ever heard somebody else talk about rousting our own fucking citizens out of their homes and black bag abducting them with police and making them disappear. There's only one other time in fucking history that I can think of beyond like, other essentially genocides, where black bag abduction was ever proposed. And this is some rich white Republican American pitching this utter horse shit, making us all look fucking bad, making the Republican Party look bad, bigoted, fucking piece of shit. And I'm sorry, I understand that those are the bad sweeping judgments about him and his goddamn fucking cabal of people or whatever you want to call it. It's like, not, cabal's not the right word at all. It's like a faction of people that like are just dog whistling instead of full blown goose stepping, you know? And I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, it just seems scary. It seems scary to me. Oh, I didn't warp. I went to the camp. I should just warp. I keep forgetting. I had to go. I had to leave, and I got fucking distracted by the fucking fascists. I had to get out of here. Like, I'm sorry, but anybody talking about black bag abductions in the middle of the fucking night on their own trans community in their own country, that's a fascist. The only other people in the world who ever acted like that were fascists. That is a fascist if that is what they believe that it should happen to poor trans people. You know? And I don't mean like they're poor because they're trans. I mean as in like, this is what they have to deal with?
Calls for police.
This is what you want to do to them? Black bag abduct all of our trans people? Jesus Christ, Adolf. Would you like to move to the mountains and date Ava? Or shall we just take all the trans people to the guest chambers now? Or whatever, with your fucking Hitler ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, Jesus Christ, man.
Of drag performers if a child is present at a drag show. Now, there's a whole conversation we could have about drag shows, which have been going on in this country since at least 1869. They aren't inherently sexual, but some of them certainly can have sexual themes. But I imagine a kids' story hour probably doesn't, and actually definitely doesn't. But sure, how about an adult-themed drag show? Should you bring a kid to one? I don't know. Should you bring a kid to
I don't think
R-rated
so.
movie?
No, I don't think a transvestite costume ball is a proper place for a child. It seems like adult themes there. You know, just sort of not bad themes, or just sort of adult themes of perhaps like, when I think of men dressing up as women, I immediately think that men don't have a filter. So you're going to see all kinds of bosom, sexuality, thighs, and tits and stuff. And like, I don't know. When the men, like, okay, the gender that I know has no goddamn filter. So I look at a drag show, like, drag shows are great. Got no issue. There's no problem with them. But in the same way that I wouldn't really, like, you know, where, like, what's another adult thing that isn't totally like a sexual identity thing, right? But I wouldn't take a child to a bar. Now, is the bar butt fucking on the fucking table in front of you? No. And neither is the drag show. But I wouldn't really take a child to a drag show or a bar because primarily there's going to be nothing but adults there. And I don't really see why you would have a child around a bunch of adults cutting loose and dressing up like the opposite gender or otherwise, drinking or any of that stuff. I don't really feel like children should be at adult parties, and a drag show sounds like an adult party to me, doesn't it? Kind of. I think spandex and costume malfunctions, and I think hairspray and stuff and makeup and all this. These are adult premises. These are things we don't want our kids actually like that exposed to, or they'll try to do them too young, you know? And so, yeah, like the adult, I'm not saying drag shows are bad. I'm saying adult gatherings are probably not the best place to bring children. Like if I'm going to go drink and play dominoes with my homies at the park, I guess the kids can play at the fucking sandbox, but they're not going to chill on the bench next to me while I drink and play dominoes with the homies at the park. You know, it's like an adult gathering, you know? Drag show to me is an adult gathering because anybody old enough to do drag is an adult, I would say, right? Like, I don't know. Like, is it common for, like, I don't know, 12-year-olds to I don't know, be like look like look like a boy, but then dress up in like a princess tiara. Now I guess it kind of is, but and that's okay. I got no issue with that. It's just sort of like, but the child can go do that. I don't know if they should be around other human adults at a drag show. I don't know. Doesn't that sound like an adult premise to you? It kind of does to me. I'm not saying nudity happens, but I'm saying that it's a lot of costumes. I think nudity could happen by mistake. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's like it's an adult thing that I don't know why you would have kids at a drag show. Now, if you and the kid are both trans, then embrace the culture. And I got no issue with kids at drag shows. You know? Because that's their culture, you know? Who cares? But just putting a bunch of kids around a drag show is the same thing to me as putting a bunch of kids around a bar or like a strip club or something. That seems like an adult premise to me a little bit. And yeah, sex sort of is implied a little bit in a drag show, I think, isn't it? They're fabulous. I mean, sex appeal is probably a large part of it, I would say, and that is not the premise of a child. Interesting moral dilemma that, like, do kids belong at drag shows? I'd say if they're trans, yeah. If they're not, no. I would say it's kind of a cultural thing. Kind of like, say, like, you know, if you were around an Orthodox Jewish family, but you were, say, a Proud Boy, it wouldn't probably be very, you know, or whatever. If you were like, say, you know, like a neo-Nazi, it wouldn't really be appropriate for you to be around that Orthodox Jewish family around Hanukkah. I don't think, because A, it's not your religion. B, it's just not your culture. You know, so it's cool, but for you to be there if you want to be there, I suppose. But it doesn't really fit. It like in the same way that, you know, I wouldn't really know what to do at a quinceañera. I've been to a bunch of them, but I don't know what to do to, like, I wouldn't know what to do to throw a quinceañera or something like that, because that is just not my culture, you know? Not that I care what it is or whatever. I don't care about quinceañeras. I'm just saying it's not my culture. But in America, white people didn't really do a celebration of 16-year-old girls. Like Sweet 16 is a thing, but it's not very big in anything but I think upper middle class cultures, though.
Video game. What about somewhere like...
I don't remember ever in my culture ever seeing Sweet 16 parties, you know? I don't think that was kind of common. I don't remember any of my friends who were girls at the age of 16 having Sweet 16 parties. I think that's like kind of an upper middle class thing that you'll see in the real white bread places with lots of money.
Nick Adams, who pretty much sums up the hypocrisy with the single, apparently not satirical tweet saying, "Take your kids to Hooters, not ridiculous drag shows," because of course the anti-drag ghouls only care about kids seeing adult content when it's specifically LGBTQ in nature.
So this guy's saying, hey, it's cool if it's titties, just not dudes, you know? And it's like, god damn it, man. You understand how bigoted that sounds? Like, you know, you're just like straight up like anti-gay sex or whatever, and it just sounds like you're bigoted. I'm sorry, it does. That's what it sounds like. It's what it comes across as. And you think we're like, you know, we're our tolerance of this is like gone. It's like gone.
They hate queer people. Unlike Hooters, I guess. Here's Nick saying, "Thank you, ladies. Hooters is 100% a family restaurant that is kid-friendly. And more Hooters, fewer drag shows."
I mean, okay, I'm going to agree because I like breasts. I don't like drag shows. I don't know. I'm not a transvestite person. I don't value drag shows. It's not my culture. Just like quinceañeras and I don't know, or bris, right? Bris is not my culture. Don't know what you know. Or whatever, or I don't know. What's not my culture? Ramadan or Mecca or daily prayers. Now, I'll say daily prayers with, you know, a Muslim or an Islamic person. I got no issue with that. I got no issue with that. Like, honestly, Will, you know, I've probably done it. I think I've done that before. But it's like, I don't, you know, it's not my culture. I don't generally like religion, you know. I don't really like prayer. Being straight up honest, I don't like prayer, you know. I think it's a waste of time. And I'm just, you know, and I'm just saying, so like, that's not my culture, so I don't go around those people, you know.
And if more members of Gen Z had been brought to Hooters as children, I can guarantee...
Now, would I go to all of these things? Yes, I would. I would go celebrate Ramadan. I have read the Bhagavad Gita. You know, I will, you know, I will read the Quran if I need to, but I kind of lied about that one. In high school. I did read the Bible and the Old Testament and a whole lot of other religious scriptures and stuff, and, you know, I don't know. I was thinking Propagandhi when I think of this. That's a punk band, right? They sing this song called Haile Selassie I Up Your Ass. And he says it pretty clearly about Zionists and all this. An amalgamation of Jewish scripture and Christian thought. What the fuck will that get you? Not a fuck of a lot. You have to understand, I was 15 when I heard him say that. I was 15 years old. I'm 40 something odd now, right? And when I was 15, I heard Propagandhi sing this particular lyric, right? An amalgamation of Jewish scripture and Christian thought. What will that get you? Not a fuck of a lot. And I'm sorry, but I've never been able to unhear that sentence. And I tend to agree, and I can't get it out of my head. And once I heard it, I couldn't unhear it. And now I believe it. And I think that, yeah, an amalgamation of Jewish scripture and Christian thought and Muslim prayer and, you know, whatever, whatever, I mean, whatever religion it is, insert the religion. I mean, what was Anton LaVey or whatever, Church of Satan, Book of Satan, whatever it is. What will that get you? Not a fuck of a lot. Not a fuck of a lot. No, nothing. You know? So, and once I heard it, I was just anti-religion for the rest of my life. You know, like Bad Religion.
He would have had a red...
I sang Against the Grain last Sunday, or yeah, what was it, like Monday, I think? It was like on Monday, I sang all of, not all of, but most of Against the Grain by Bad Religion. That's a good band, you know? Greg Geffen, he wasn't really fucking around with like punk rock as a medium for angry social protest. His was more angry social philosophy. And so he used to infect my brains with like stuff like entropy is a matter of course, and that's what we're seeing, or 10 billion people in 2010. Shit like that. Shit that just causes you existential crises when you're like, oh no, and like then when you understand that we've only got food for like 3 billion out of the 7. You're like, oh no, we keep breeding and we don't have enough food, and the people don't get enough attention or don't get the right love or TLC when they're young, and there's everybody's single parent, you know, fucking kids now and all this, and it's just, it's like good and bad. It's good that we're surviving, but it's also bad at what the costs are for like how difficult it's been for us to get through all this. And now, oh no. Like now the fucking like the punk philosophy is now my religion and my politics. You know what I'm saying? The shit I talked about the other day, the anarcho-punk thing, it's not only my religion, it's also my politics, which is that, yeah, the only thing I truly believe that can happen, the one thing I can fucking ensure is chaos. You know what I'm saying? Total chaos. That's the one thing I can absolutely ensure. I can tell you that that's the one thing that is going to happen is total chaos. You know? And so that's what I tend to follow. The only certainty is like there's like two things in this life that I consider to be certain, like the solar, like the sun, right, is like fairly certain. And I would say, like, you know, the earth and for right now anyways. And then, you know, total chaos. The cloud that becomes the primordial ooze that spins into the Fibonacci sequence that becomes the first baby that's ever born or whatever. It's just total chaos. It's good and it's bad, but I mean it's just neither. I'm sorry, I hate speaking in riddles like that, but I mean that's what it's like. It's good. It's neither good nor bad. It's neither. You know. It's just total chaos. It's not good because it can't possibly be good. You didn't plan for it. It's not bad because you didn't plan for it, and things that you didn't plan for aren't inherently bad necessarily, unless they're evil, like committed by someone else. Really, if it's just a storm or, you know, wind blowing around, it's just that total chaos. I see it everywhere I go. I see total chaos in everything that I see. Fibonacci sequence and pi numbers, and you know, and like that total chaos. I can believe in that and I can follow that. Anybody else that says they know the answers or whatever are full of goddamn shit.
Not a parody account. He's a Trump-approved conservative political commentator, and 90% of his Twitter feed is
Why does everything have to have titles like that all the time?
about Hooters. No, really, look at this shit. Nick isn't the only anti-groomer right-winger who seems totally fine with exposing kids to sex if it's the right
10,000
kind of
gil.
sex. When he's not calling for violence against the LGBTQ community, Matt Walsh
69, I'm
apparently
3K
spends a lot
from
of his
70.
time thinking about the ovaries of teenage girls.
So to all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. It's always been that way. Even biologically, and this is me just stating, I'm just right now.
Now that I think he's right. I would say so. I think usually most women, I think, are biological. How the fuck would I know? I'm not a woman, but I think the hormones rush from about 17 till about 24, somewhere around then. And I think that's when most women breed. Is that weird? Just biologically, I think that. Now, is it all of them like that? No. But I just think that's how it generally is. I think it's like from about 17 till 24, men and women want to breed. And I think it's a natural time for them to do so. And I think it's weird that now not 17, like 18, excuse me. It's not a natural time for a 17-year-old to have sex. It's not. But, you know, like if from 18 till 24, sorry, I don't know why I said 17. 18 to 24, right? Is an acceptable time for boys and girls to have sex or whatever, or whatever. And like, you know, and I think that's good. It's a good thing. And I think that's when most babies are usually born. I think he's kind of right about that. It's kind of crazy. It's shitty. I don't want to agree with his fucking, I don't want to agree with him, but I mean, he is right. It's been like that a long time. God damn it. I'm like 3 kills from a ding. But I mean, it was nice to get it done. And now, oh no, wait, did I wait too long? When is reset? I think I did wait too long. When is reset? I can't remember. Oh no, when is reset? No, I don't want to do that. I need to... yes, the best stock Acatone. Well, the 10 grand is definitely helpful. I guess I leave, yeah. Go do some or some goldsmithing. So yeah, so from like 18 till 24, I think that's generally when most biological humans intend to breed. I think that's usually, and it's weird because if you think about that, this culture that we built, they're not, like by the time they're ready to breed, they're just getting out of high school. And I think they should technically focus on breeding maybe instead of telling them to go to college and telling them to like, you know, like all that stuff. I think some of our culture is kind of run incorrectly. Like, for instance, I want the driving age to be 21 and I want the drinking age to be 16. I'm sick of all the DUIs caused by teenagers and shit like that. I think that I think the age of consent should be 16 because I think there's constantly people going to jail all the time. And that sounds sick and weird, but I mean, like, I come from Colorado where the age of consent is 16, isn't it? I think it is. What is the age of consent in Colorado? I believe it's 16, I think. Let's see. What is the age of consent in Colorado, right? Or is it 17? I can't remember. It's 17. Yeah, 17. So yeah, I thought it was like 16, but no, it's 16 to drive, 17 for sex, it's 18 for cigarettes, it's 21 for alcohol. You understand why it's hard to keep it all straight? Because they set these age limits on all these things that every teenager I knew was doing by the age of 14. Drinking, they weren't driving, but they were doing all the rest of it. And honestly, I think it should be the other way around. They should be driving at the age of like 14, but only drinking or smoking or having sex at the age of like 21 or something like that. And then I think they should, from the age of like 21 until 25 or so, I think they should figure out what they want to do with their lives and then go to college. And by the age of 25, I think most American people are ready for 8 years in goddamn college. But I don't know why you thought it would be normal for them to go from the age of like 6 years old all the way through to high school. At the age of 18 they finally get out of it, right? That's 12 years of their fucking life. 12 years of what might only be like a 40 or 50 year old life, and you force like a quarter of their life to school. Now I want school, but I mean, like, that it's just weird. So then the assumption in culture is right after high school you go straight to college. But I don't know about that. I've never met a fucking 19-year-old who had the discipline to actually do college. I've met lots of 24 and 25-year-olds who are getting their masters, who are really fucking gung-ho, and they've got a job, and they're happy, and maybe they're even married and have kids and stuff at that point. But like what I really don't think, I think there should be this thing in the culture about being young and like living in your parents' house until you're like 24, which is fucking weird. I think living in the parents' house ends too early at like 18. I think they're shoved out to college far too early. I think it costs too much to raise a kid, which is why the parents don't want them in the house past 18. It's not that they don't want their kids there. It's so expensive to do anything in this country that it's hard for them to keep their kids in their house past the age of 18. But my thing is okay, do high school until 18 and then take a job and work for 6 fucking years trying to figure out what you want to do. And when you're ready at the age of 24, go to college for 8 years and finish out at 32 with a master's and really get a nice job and stuff. But I think there should be this gap between, between 18 and 24 where they fuck and they breed. I think they should world travel. I think they should chase a job and not school. I think they should figure out what they want to do in their lives and not be stuck in college all day while they're trying to figure out who they are. I would run it a bit differently, a little bit. I don't know if these people had that good of an idea of what circadian rhythms are kind of like. I don't know how well sex-addled teenagers do in school. I think they're probably good around the age of 17, but maybe honestly, I would switch it all around and honestly, from the age of 13 to 17, I would say I would make it so that they wouldn't have to go to high school anymore. They have to figure out who the fuck they are and then go to high school at 18 to 22. And then take a 4 fucking year break from 22 to 26, and then go to college for a full 8 years from 26 to 32, and let 34, and let the taxes pay for the fucking education and all this. But I look at kids at the age of 15 stuck in those high schools. committing suicide and stuff like that, because I just don't know if that's naturally the state of affairs for a 15-year-old human to be cooped up in a fucking building for 8 hours a day. Do you understand why I say this? It's not that I'm against school or that I don't want them to get an education. I don't know how normal it is for a sexually fucking starved, hormonally imbalanced, totally fucking ignorant, like totally green human to be cooped up in a room or a building with 3,000 to 5,000 other sexually starved, crazy, like young, impressionable young humans. I mean, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. I think school's necessary and education is necessary, but I don't know about the years that we kind of require them to do it. Like, honestly, I don't know. It's sort of weird. Like, there's some laws here that like at the I would say consent should be 18. It's weird to hear consent be 17 years old. I thought when I was younger it was 16 in Colorado, but maybe they changed it. Yeah, is 18 and 15 illegal in Colorado? It is. So it's like weird, because I did actually have a friend who was a stat rapist, and I never did talk to him ever again. Like, but that wasn't why. I mean, he did his time. He was like 20, and he slept with a 17-year-old, I think it was, and they hit him for stat rape. And I never liked that about him. But the problem is he did 4 years in juvie for that. He did his time. He got out, and the girl, I met her. She didn't give a shit. She convinced him to do it. You know what I'm saying? I met that girl. She convinced him to do it. It wasn't on him. It was on her. And she didn't give a shit about any of that. Nobody did. His family, nobody I knew gave a shit that he slept with somebody who was 3 years younger than him when he was like 20. You know? None of them cared that he was a stat rapist. He was, though. He was a statutory rapist. It was fucking creepy. When I met him, he had to pull me aside and warn me about how he spent 4 years in juvenile for stat raping a 17-year-old. And I was like, how old were you? And he was like, I was 20. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, isn't that essentially like a fucking senior is sleeping with a sophomore? Isn't that kind of like it's not a senior. It's more like it's like a freshman in college, kind of. It's like a sophomore in college sleeping with a sophomore in high school. Aren't they all essentially kids? I mean, I don't know. So it's like sort of weird. And so I didn't judge him for that, and that was creepy. It took me a long time to get over that. I was like, I don't know. But the difference is he did his debt to society, and I met that girl. She convinced him to do it. She didn't want to put him in jail. Her parents did that. I met that girl. I can say her name, but I won't. Like, you know, I know her name. I can remember her. I remember meeting her, and she was like, yeah, I put him in jail. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, are you serious? Yeah. I mean, my parents made me put him in jail. And he did. He went to fucking juvenile for 4 years and a year in jail, too. And like, and it was like weird. I mean, like he was like 20 and she was 17 and she was horny and she convinced him to fuck. And the parents like crucified him over it. And I don't know. That's sort of weird. It's weird that a 20-year-old sleeping with 17-year-old. I told him that. I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. I was like, you know, I don't know how I feel about a 20-year-old sleeping with a 16-year-old. I don't know. Or whatever it was, 17 something. Must have been 16, I think. I think she was probably 16. But you know, and that was a trip. So now it's like, you know, so I don't know these rules. I don't know. I think like, you know, it's just without sounding like a creeper. I don't know, like the like when you look at teenagers, most of the teenagers that I knew were sexually active by the age of 15, I would say. Every teenager in my school, except for like a few of the stunted kids who were a little bit more private school kids and were a little bit sort of slow development and stuff, every fucking kid that I knew had lost their virginity by the age of 16, something like that. 15, 16. And I know that a bunch of them were sleeping with like, you know, sophomores in college and seniors in high school and shit. I know they were. I remember some of it. Not with me, you know, but I always had a good girl my age generally. The only time I ever didn't had anybody younger was my last one. When I met her, she was 18, and the first time we ever had sex, I was like 38, and she was 20. And that's really fucking creepy. And she was like, I can't tell my dad about you. I can't tell my friends about you. I can't tell anyone about you. She was like, I can't date you on my Facebook. I can't call you my boyfriend. I can't introduce you to my parents. She was like, I can't do this. You are 38 and I'm 20. And I was like, I know. And it was just tragic beyond that. Like, it was hard to keep it going. We both knew that maybe later in life it might work. But right now, fucking, you know, like she's 24 now, something like that. That was like 4 years ago, something like that. But goddamn, man, like, yeah, that was hard. It was harsh. It was weird. Like, the day I met her, she was 18. Yeah, and I didn't sleep with her until she was 22. Or yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, something like that. No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't sleep with her for 4 years past when I met her, or something like that. I was after her for 4 years, and she knew it too. But I didn't sleep with her until 4 years later, or something like that. And she was like 21, I think, something like that. And it was really fucking weird. And it was her idea too. It was not mine. She lived in my bed for 5 months, and well, I mean, I wanted her, and I told her all the time I wanted her, but I was like, I don't think it's appropriate. I just don't. You know, it's fucking weird. You know, like, you're half my age. And she was like, yeah, but then you couldn't ignore stuff like for instance, the first day I ever met her, she was 20 when I met her. No, she was 19. She was like 19, something like that, and we told each other our life stories. And I carded her. I was like, you have to show me your ID. I was like, I do not believe that you were 16. Everybody thought she was 16, but that was not a fake ID. She is who she. I mean, I know her social. This was my best friend. I know her social by heart. I know her. I mean, I don't know her social by heart, but I mean, like, I know all of her info except her social by heart. You know, like, all this stuff, like, you know, like, just her birth dates and all this other stuff, because she would, like, I was shopping her for a wife. You know, I loved this woman for many years. And like, I knew everything about her, and the day we met, we told each other our fucking, like one of the ways I always, like, kind of tried to deny the chemistry, but I mean, it was there. The day I met her, I told her, like, well, we told each other our life stories, and she was on a date, and she like dissed her date and talked to me for 3 hours while he was sitting next to her. And it was just weird. And we told each other our life stories, and it was just this crazy deep connection that you can't deny. It was like when they talk about chemistry in the fucking movies, it was like that. And I was like, motherfucker. And she was like, you are not my type. You were not raised on YouTube. You are not a fucking YouTube person. You are not a social media person. You don't have. Well, I was like, I did have 700 friends on Facebook, but they're gone now. But, you know, she was like, you're not young. You're not normal. You're like an outside person that does things differently and all this, and I like that about you, but it's also not very normal. You know, with all the other abnormal stuff, it's hard for me to also, like, for how like abstract and weird of a person you are, to date you on top of us being like you being twice my age and all this stuff. And she was like, I like you. And you know, she didn't bandy about this. She hit on me. She got in my lap. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like I hit on her or pressured her. She, you know, but I did stuff like leave the girlfriend I was currently with. I called my girlfriend up and I said 5 words. I said, I can't break up with you, and I hung up. You know, so I could kiss the girl. You know. And it was weird. It was like that. It came on strong, like Melrose Place or one of those 90210 or something like that. We had big fucking, like, chemistry, and she could tell I fucking loved her with all my heart and soul. It was just gonna be like that forever, I think. You know, I will probably love her with all my heart and soul for the rest of my life, because she is like a really good fucking friend. Whether or not we ever see each other again, she's a really fucking good friend. You know, and so that was like that was a trippy time in my life, because like, everybody I knew who she was, and she was with me for a year, and like, everybody I knew who she was. Like, you know, they were like, Jesus Christ, dude, how the fuck did you get the most attractive woman on the fucking planet? Everybody was like that. They were like, you're twice her size. You're like twice her age. They're like, how did you land this fucking Hollywood perfect 10? And like, everybody was offended by it, and I was like, I don't know. I just treated her with respect, and we have a lot in common. We're survivors, you know. They've come after us. All these people have tried to kill us and all this. It's fucked up, but I mean, it's true. Like, both of us, like, our survival is the story that we told each other on the day that we met. When we met, it was like, you know, it was like meeting my wife, and I told her, I was like, it's been a long time since I've been looking for someone like you, and she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, it's a long time. I just haven't been able to confess or tell my life story to anybody in a long time. She was the first time I'd ever really done that, and I was like, I thank God you came along. I told her that night, I was like, thank God you came along. I don't care who you are. It was a really powerful thing for me to just tell you what my life has been for the last 7 years, because not even my mother knows. And I told her, I was like, I dated a stripper for 4 years. I smoked heroin for 2. I was a methamphetamine addict throughout. I'm a drug dealer. Or not right now, but I was like, when I met her, I was like, I'm on my way to being a drug dealer right now. I'm about to get a fucking rental car and all this. I was driving taxi and all this. And she was like, I did this and this, and I did this and this, and I traveled here and there, and I can do this and that. And I won't drop any of her details and stuff, but like, you know, and the things that she told me, the things that she showed me, were insane. She showed me something about the power of her beauty that I'll never forget. She walked into a PF Chang's and she ordered $85 worth of goddamn food. As she approached the female cashier and she smiled at her like Frozen or something like that, like Disney. And she was like, "Can I have this?" And the woman is like, starts blushing and she starts smiling and she's like, yeah, you can." And I was like, what? I was standing there like, and I had to hide it. I was like, and I didn't believe her. She was like, watch this. And she was like, follow me into this restaurant and shit. And I was like, we don't have $85. Do not order this food. I kept kicking her. I was like, I wasn't kicking her, but I was like, we don't have any money. What are you doing? And she was like, no, just watch. And she was like, I can paint. She was like, I can mark the sucker, and I can take them for everything they've got every single time. She was just like, I can't watch. And she was like, I have a lot of power. And I was like, I know you do. But she was like, no, you don't understand. I can like pretty much get anything I want. And I was like, no, you can't. And she was like, yes, I can. And I was like, no, you can't. And she's like, yes, I can. And I was like, all right, fine, prove it. And she was like, okay. And she was like, She thinks for about 5 minutes. She was like, take me to a fucking expensive restaurant. And I was like, expensive restaurant? Which restaurant? And she was like, I don't know. How about PF Chang's? And I was like, okay. And so I took her to a fucking PF Chang's. And she convinced a middle-aged woman to give her $85 of fucking PF Chang's food with just her beauty. There was nothing else to it. It was like a cute thing with their eyelashes or eyelids or whatever. And the woman was like, "Oh my God, there's the woman that I was 20 years ago, and there's the woman that I want to be right now. And she's so beautiful, and I just acknowledge the power of her beauty or whatever." And the woman just hands her the bag, and it's like, "Yes, you can." And I was like, "Oh my God!" I always kind of dreamed of having that kind of goddamn power over fucking people. And she was like, and something else that was kind of tragic about it. She was like, "It won't always be like this. It'll be like this for a few years, but everybody loses it." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." But I mean, like, until then, it was just kind of crazy. And so I just saw what true power was. I always thought it was men with guns and nukes and bombs and stuff. But no, true beauty in a person, even if it's a man, just opens doors. It's like this thing that, you know, I never understood the power of it until I saw it firsthand. It's like not even beauty. It's like this charisma and this elegance and this like bearing and all this other stuff. It's like this class and all this that people have. And she was like, "I don't abuse this often," but she was like, "I'm going to show you something." And so another thing she did is she went and she filled she was like, "Okay, now watch this." And she had me take her to a Walmart right after that. And she was like, "I want some candy or something." I forget what she wanted, but she wanted something. I think she wanted like, I don't know, something. What does she used to like? Those things that the rich people like. I forget. But anyways, macaroons. She wanted macaroons, right? She wanted macaroons. And so we went to Walmart to get her crappy macaroons because they all charge $8 for macaroons. They're all the same thing, really. And I mean, you can get them in fancy shops for a lot more that are higher quality. But I mean, I don't want to do that. I didn't have any money. So we went to the Walmart. And she was like, "Okay, now watch this." And she engages in conversation with a man at the fucking, like, the U-scan check. And she fills a fucking hand cart with all this food and stuff. And she brings it to the goddamn Walmart checkout for the self-checkout. And she engages the cashier in conversation while she checks out. And he's so goddamn flustered that the fucking most beautiful girl, and I mean she is, like the most beautiful girl he's ever witnessed in his goddamn life, is shining down from heaven, like with mana of gold and raining like gold fucking coins on his life. The most beautiful woman in his whole life. I mean, that's how it was for me too. This beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman he's ever met in his whole life, is suddenly talking to him and asking him how his shift is going and all this stuff. And I can see not the hoodwink, but like just sort of the silliness of the complete abandon that is that person's judgment. And they just jump into the deep pit. And I've seen her do this to so many fucking people. And it's not even like they don't want her to do it or that they aren't willing. It's like they want to jump into her pool and give her whatever I mean, it's just crazy. It's like true beauty is like that. They just want to jump in her pool and give her whatever she wants. It's insane. Both genders, any age, it doesn't matter what it is. They just want to help her. It's just nuts. And I watch her just like completely throw a fucking smoke bomb into this cashier's face, and she's like, "Have a nice day," and she doesn't even bother bagging the fucking food into the fucking hand cart. She just walks out with the hand cart while I'm standing next to her. I'm like, we're standing there, and I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm just like watching her work, and she just she like throws this smoke bomb into this dude's life. It completely blinds him to where he is, what he's doing, what she is, what she's doing. You know, and like it's like true ninja power. It's like the invisibility suit out of Metal Gear Solid or something like that. You're like, or the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. You're like, wow, I've never seen true magic before, but it is actually beauty. It is beauty. It will open doors. It is like literally true magic. It's not fire or water or lightning or any of the fifth element stuff that we all prayed that it would be. No, it's actually beauty. And when I witnessed it, I didn't understand it. I didn't know. I had no idea. It turns out that you pretty much don't need to do anything or worry about anything or pay for anything. If you're like, and I'm going to speak about this in terrible like incel terms because I don't really know how else to say it. If you're essentially like the hottest of the breeders, if you're like the hottest of the breeders, you don't have to pay for anything. You don't have to do anything. You can just ask for anything that you want. And most times, especially if you're young and attractive, you're going to get it. It doesn't matter what it is. You're from your parents to the teachers to the... Like, I watched her throw smoke bombs with people left and right. And some would say it would be like abusing her power or her beauty or something like this. But no. She does not ask them to do this stupid shit. She does not ask them. She doesn't ever ask them. Like she would ask me to do stuff because she's like, I really want something. And she's like, I want you to go get it and be special for me, do something special for me. And I'm like, okay, sure, what do you, okay, I'll walk somewhere, I'll do something, you know, like she'll approach you when she wants something, but she knows that you're not, like, one of the reasons that we got along really well is her beauty, while it was like gobsmacking and it haunts me at night, it didn't blind fog me like it does everybody else for some reason, you know. It's a beautiful face, and I think of her as the most beautiful woman in mankind's history. You know, I do. But I really do believe the things that I'm saying, and it sucks to put her on the pedestal. That didn't work for her either. Me believing that she was the most beautiful woman in mankind's history was not helpful to her. You know, that's what the fucking beauty and the power implies you to do. It's what it compels you to do, but that was not helpful to her. Putting her on the fucking pedestal was not helpful to her in any way or form. And the fastest way to lose her is doing that too. Like, you know, like saying like, oh my God, you're so beautiful, what are you doing with me? Or any of this other stuff. Like, you know, like, or fawning over her or any of that other stuff. She doesn't need that. She didn't need any of that. It had nothing to do with like that. It's more like, do you care? Do you love her? Are you real? Are you being there? Is the feelings real? She constantly said something about she was into personality over looks. And I was like, that's insane. I'm not sure that's how, you know, gender politics and DNA imperatives work. And she was like, I'm not sure that's how DNA imperatives work either, but I mean, that's, you know, that's how I am, and that's why I'm with you. And I was like, really? You know, really? It's the personality, huh? And she was like, yes. And I was like, wow, well, thank you. Ditto. And so now, I mean, all I really did was learn a bunch of lessons about, like, okay, now I had been with really good women before, but none of them taught me like her. No, none of them. No, I would say. I think she was terrified that I would discount myself and turn my life into this worthless piece of shit, because that's exactly what I was doing. And she was scared of it. She was like, your darkness will devour yourself. She was like, your darkness will devour yourself. You have to be very careful. And I was like, I know. And so I stopped. I did stop doing that. I just stopped letting my darkness devour myself. I just stopped doing that. I stopped letting it, like Dexter called it the dark passenger, but I'm not talking about some kind of weird, like, psychotic, sociopathic fucking desire to kill or something like that. I'm talking about pretty much, if I could, I would do 15 drugs at any given time, all at once. You could call that darkness. I call it being me. I'm sure that's what Hunter probably called it too. I just call it being me. And so I stopped giving in to my darkness when I met her. You know what I'm saying? I just stopped doing it. I was like, I'm not going to do mass amounts of drugs anymore. You're my drug now, you know? You're my perfect drug, or whatever. And she's like, you can't put me on a pedestal like that. You can't say I'm the most beautiful woman on the planet. It's just not true. And I was like, yes, it is. And she's like, yeah, well, okay, I believe that and you believe that, but it's just not true. It's just, you know. And I was like, and she's like, you can't put women above you all the fucking time. They have to be equal on the same level as you. And I was like, okay, it was an interesting lesson for me to learn, because all of my life I had put women above me. Always. Had always done it. I'd been like, okay, they deserve more money than me. They deserve more shelter than me. They deserve more stability than me. They deserve better kindness. They deserve to be, you know, fawned over and taken care of. They deserve to have the doors open for them and all their labor done for them and all this stuff. I was raised by my mother to believe these things, but then she changed me in a fundamental way where it was like, okay, if you just act yourself and be yourself, you're okay. And it took me a long time, you know, and she taught me that. She taught me that. I would tell her all this, but I just come across as some lovesick boy all the time. It's something that she's long ago just gotten over, and she doesn't really think about it anymore. But I act like a lovesick boy all the time when I talk to her, because it's goddamn, I mean, that's exactly what the fuck it is. And she knows. It's so stupid.
So fact number one, it's not a new phenomenon.
So so now every time I see a woman, I weigh them against her. I weigh my mother against her. I weigh every woman I've ever met against her. And I find them wanting, you know, and that's stupid. I mean, like it's not the beauty. And on top of it, when I went digging, I'm like, is it just a pretty face? Is it just a pretty face? When I went digging, I found somebody more intelligent than me. And she had more emotional intelligence than me too. And I was like, what the fuck? It's the trifecta. And that'll really make a man go nuts when you're like, oh my God, it's a Marilyn Monroe with the brain of a Carl Sagan and the fucking soul and the heart of a Gandhi, a great soul. And you're like, oh no, I'm suckered out. It's a woman that actually is worthy of my time. I mean, that sounds misogynist, but it's just, you know, like it's that old Disney princess thing. I told her, I was like, I'm after the Disney princess and you're it. And she's like, you won't be able to do it if you put me on a pedestal like that. God damn it.
More common earlier in history, and for, you know, first
my headphones shut off.
10,000 years of human existence, it was a normal thing. Fact 3. Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yep. And so, I mean, I guess, yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, but like the age still needs to be there, and it still needs to be there. We got a problem with teenage hookers. You know, we do.
Okay.
We don't have a problem with it. It's just, it happens, you know?
That's biological. That's a fact.
It is. It's just biological for them to want to have sex around that age. It is, you know? So I don't know. It's like sort of weird. Like, I don't know about trapping them from the age of 17 until 24 or whatever in a high school and a college. I think they should be out riding dune buggies and camping in the wilds and meeting their husbands and wives and breeding and actually living their lives and figuring out who they are. I don't know about 8 years of school into 8 years of school. And I'm not saying school should be ignored or not done. I'm saying that something better there. It's something about the circadian rhythm of their lives is messed up here, where you know they're miserable in that high school. I think 1 year is. I think they're okay to do freshman year. I think they're okay to do I think they're okay to do from through to 8th grade, graduate middle school. and do their freshman year. But by sophomore year, I think I want them out of there. I want them from the age of 15 until 24. I want them figuring out what they're going to do with their lives. I want them figuring out what their job's going to be. I want them figuring out what their husband or wife is going to be. I want them breeding, all that other stuff. I'm not sure I want them trapped inside of high school and colleges from the age of 15 to 24. I don't know where else you would put them, but honestly, I would say work. I would say jobs. I want them to get a job at the age of 15. I want them to, it sounds crazy, like make kids do like you want child labor. I don't want child labor, but I think like I got a job when I was like 15 and it felt like a natural time for me to do that. And that's what I'm talking about. But instead of like, you know, going to school, I think they should be able to go to work at the age of 15 if they want to. If they want to be in school from 14 to 18, it should be an option for them to do so. But most of them drop out. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them drop out. So give them an option. Like, okay, if you don't feel like you can make it through high school, then come back to high school when you're 19 or 21, when you feel like you can actually fucking finish it, and you'll finish high school and then go on to college and finish, as opposed to just dropping out and being a deadbeat loser for all of your life. Right? There's all this rigid fascism about their circadian rhythms, what's proper, when a kid can do this and all this other stuff. And I think it's proper about sex. I think they're right to say that the age of consent should be honestly 18. I do not believe the age of consent should be lower than 18. But I mean, I was surprised when Colorado was 16. When I moved there, they told me that the age of consent was like 16 or 17 or something like that. And I was like, that's fucking low. That's low.
Facts, that's all I'm doing.
Just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. That teens are fertile. Just stating some gross, weird facts for an adult man to say. He goes on to say that teen pregnancy isn't the problem. It's unwed pregnancy without...
No, it's that, you know... I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the solution to teenage pregnancy is. I really am not that kind of omnipotent, fucking powerful being. I don't have the answers.
The modifier teen.
I can tell you that I think there's a lot of self-choice robbed from them by something that culture forces them to, which is kind of weird, you know? But I don't know if that's a bad thing. I think it's standards, and I think standards are good.
At all.
So what I'm saying is that the problem...
Yeah, advocate for the impregnation of 16-year-old girls. No, I'm saying... I don't know. I think it's actually like, yeah, from the age of 15 till about 24. I think that's when they should enter the workforce. And then I want them to do school from 24 to 32. I think kids should enter the workforce at 15 when they're nice, young, strapping, and you know, and actually have, like, you know, the body to do it. And I think they should work all day, honestly. I think they should, the kind of thing that's expected them to do when they're 18, I think they should work when they're 15. I think they should be able to drink and smoke when they're 21. And I think they should drive when I think they should be able to drive and work from the age of 16 to 21. And at the age of 21, I think they should be able to drink and smoke. And then, you know, and then high school and college from 21 till 29, right? Or 32, it depends, 33. Because it's like, I think they've got the rhythm of these kids messed up. They're trapped in that building at the age of 16. And I don't think that's right. I think they should be out in the field somewhere learning a job or something. I think there's a reason that they have all of that fucking athletic energy at the age of 16. Is because they're meant to be out using their bodies. I don't think they're meant to be sitting at a fucking desk all day for 7 hours at high school. I don't think so. That's not how the energy was designed. And so I'm saying give them the option. I'm saying give them the legal option to go to work at the age of like 15. I think a lot of them do. They just want to. They know that they're not school-bound people, and they just want to live their lives and make money and all this. And I think if they want to, let them go to work at the age of 15. I do. I think so. That's like many cultures on this planet expect you to be driving a car and working by the age of 15. And I don't see why we should be any different. But there's other things that I think that are expected way too young. Like I think like one of the reasons that the teenage pregnancy happens so often is that they're trapped in a room with each other all goddamn day, 7 hours a day. You know?
say teenage pregnancy. It's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem.
Unwed pregnancy. So what he means by unwed is of course Christian and God and marriage and dooming you and going to hell if you don't. But I think what he's really trying to say is if you are going to get a girl pregnant, you commit to her. And I don't think, and that's weird because they call it family values and teenage pregnancy and welfare moms and such. They use this bigoted language and stuff. But I think their intention is actually kind of good. They just don't want babies that don't have committed parents. So if you're going to knock up a teenage girl when you're a teenage boy, you better fucking commit, you know? And I think that's what the Republicans try to say, but then it comes out all garbled, like they're like, you know, like they're against white. I don't know. It's just sort of weird. It just comes out garbled. What I'm gonna say, like me.
Problem in society. It's only problematic when
I like tackling these hard issues and walking through the minefields because I just don't really have any views that I think would get me canceled. Frankly, I could say something by accident. Or push some kind of, some kind of narrative like, George Bush committed 9/11 with the help of a bunch of inside rich white men in our cabal of a government and killed 3,000 of our own citizens and stuff, and really try to scare you because I believe this and I believe it, so I say it, right? But I don't know, I don't mind navigating that fucking minefield because honestly, these days, I don't think it's about censorship. I think it's about being two-faced. What they really care about is, are you two-faced? Do you believe in the things that you're saying? And the answer is yes, I do. I believe there is like a fucking weird cabal intersect of people that committed a CIA assassination on 3,000 American troops and did one man push the button? No, I think it was a whole bunch of people, I believe this. So I think that and that sucks that I do because I'm pushing some viewpoint on someone else. I don't want you to believe what I believe. What I believe is terrible. I don't want anybody to believe what I believe. I really don't. I don't want anybody to believe the horse hucky bullshit that I believe about 9/11. I don't want to convert anybody to it. I don't want them to fall down that fucking rabbit hole or any of that stupid shit. I really don't. I'm just telling you what I believe. I don't want anybody to believe what I believe because I'm terrified of what I believe.
Don't have the man there to help you take care of the kids because he's a coward.
So he thinks unwed, full adults having children is more of a problem than a child having...
Well, he's right, though, but he's an idiot, and he doesn't know how to say it right. It's the fact that if you knock up a teenage girl, and she keeps the pregnancy, who takes care of that baby? It's a simple question. It's one that the community should ask. And that's what he's asking. And so usually, the way that we've always forced the man... it's always the man... Usually the way we've always forced the man to take responsibility is marriage. But then they get family values and marriage mixed up with just common decency, which is don't knock up a teenage girl and then leave her to fend like Juno or something like that, It's simple common decency and stuff. They seem to think that it's a Republican viewpoint or that we don't view it the same way. We do. We view it the exact same way you do. We don't want kids that don't have parents in this community. We don't want kids that don't have people committed to raising them. We don't want, parents who don't want that commitment raising kids and all this other stuff. We don't, and I think it's weird that there's this fundamental break between the right and the left when it comes to this stuff where they're like, oh, Planned Parenthood is evil or any of this other weird shit that I find evil for them to say. But I mean, I think when it comes down to it, we actually have the same fucking values, sort of. I've never met a liberal that actually... Now, I met liberals who really hate guns, right? Really hate guns. I'm talking really hate them. But I've never met a liberal who truly liked abortion. And I think that's what the right thinks about the left, is that we somehow like abortion or something like that. And the answer is no. Nobody likes abortion. We like the choice when you have nothing better. When you have nothing better to do, We like the choice. We say the woman is a member of our community and they deserve the right to make a choice about their own body, their bodies, their selves. Not ours. It's not our right to tell them what to do with that. And so now, You know, it's become this twisted, fucked up thing where a man's telling a woman what to do or whatever with her body, and it's all fucked up, and it's like fucked up like that. The whole thing doesn't scare me to talk about, but I think oftentimes the morality of the two parties kind of actually is the same, but they don't know how to say it right. Like the right wingers talk about like it sounds Christian when they say unwed parents. It sounds Christian and judgmental to me. And just like a whole snafu waiting to happen. And then and like when I say pro-choice, you know, when I say I'm pro-choice, it sounds bad to me because it implies that I like abortion because I want them to have the choice of it. But no, I like women having a choice. Me liking women having a choice is not the same thing as liking abortion. It's never been. And I think that's the fundamental goddamn like disconnect between the two parties right now. It's actually fucking crazy how similar their fucking views are, I think, when you really get down to it. You know, I've never met a Democrat or a liberal who actually liked abortion. You know, like, oh, cool, yeah, abortion's for everybody. Love abortion. No. It's more like, oh, God, last resort. You know, but God damn it, we want their choice we want them to have the choice of the last resort. We don't like. Do you have the $2.6 million that is required to raise a child from the age of 0 to 18 in this country right now? It's like 2.6 or even higher. It's like, I think last time we looked, it was like 4.5 million or something like that. It's fucking nuts. So like, if you don't have that 2 to 4 million because you're in the ghetto, I think maybe we should honor their choice, because it's like at that point, we don't have that $4 million. The people don't have it. She doesn't have it. The deadbeat father doesn't have it. Nobody has that money. You're looking at a fucking child that might not eat their whole fucking life, you know? And I'm not saying that makes child murder okay. I'm saying that nobody wants this stuff. I think we have a common view when it comes to that. Nobody wants that stuff to happen, all that bad stuff to happen, and nobody has an answer either. So we hate each other over it. But I think you'd be surprised how really similar your morality actually is. I don't think either party likes abortion. I think they just, you know, have different views on the choice of it. You know, that's the difference. So you wanna call us baby killers or something? I think. Yeah. No, we're pro-choice.
Wondering, of course he doesn't like same-sex marriage. In other words,
if you want to ruin your life like everybody the fuck else, to quote the great fucking Dave Chappelle, right? To quote the great Dave Chappelle, if you want to ruin your fucking life like everybody the fucking else, please go right the fuck ahead. Don't care if you're gay or a rooster or a chicken or, you know, whatever. Don't care if you're fucking, you know, if you're Foghorn Leghorn and Yosemite Sam getting married in Kentucky. I don't care what it is. If you want to ruin your fucking life, please go right the fuck ahead. I don't understand what the government has to say about that, honestly. What does the government care if you want to ruin your life with some kind of fucked up contract? What does the government care about that? I guess they really don't like gay people, or they wouldn't have made such a big fucking deal about it, huh?
Child bridiest
I like gay people.
Form of heterosexual predatory behavior is fine, but taking your kid to a drag brunch.
Now, a brunch I don't care about. When I hear a drag party, I think runway, drinks, bartender, fucking RuPaul music, Eurythmics, etc., and lots of wigs and, somebody sauntering kind of drunk down the fucking walkway and stuff like that. That is what I think of it when I hear the word drag show. Not brunch with the elderly ladies. That I think actually is okay. If it's a brunch party with people who are in drag, I think that's a lot better. I think there's a big difference between tea at 2:00 with the grannies who are dressed in drag, as opposed to I'm taking this child downtown to La Boheme to see Christiana do her special flamingo dance, right? Which is what I think when I hear drag party, right? I mean, I don't know what drag parties are. I've never been to one. So like whatever. But I mean but like this appears to me like Sunday brunch at the old folks home, which I'm actually like kind of in favor of, because it helps the child understand what her societal norms are going to be at a young age. Because yeah, whether you like it as a Republican Party or not, there are going to be trans people all throughout our culture just openly out there, just standing out there, helping us, be who we are and be our community and all this. And, and so I don't know about the Sunday brunch. I think I'm actually okay with drag Sunday brunch. I'm not okay with the 6-year-old being at a drag show with alcoholic drinks and, sade, I think there's a lot of sexual adult energy in a situation like that. I don't think there's a lot of sexual adult energy around Sunday brunch with the old folks home. So I don't know. You see what I'm saying? This does not bother me.
Because the specific cones that Matt has to swerve through here.
I do not care if kids are exposed to trans people. Do not care. I think it's actually important that they are.
Is whether or not he thinks that a teenager should be able to make sexual or mature decisions. And his answers really just depend on what he personally deems is good. For example, he also wrote in a blog post from 2014.
Oh, good. Adolescence is a modern plague. Yeah, great. Let's just call all of our teenagers the bubonic plague. That's a great thing. Yeah, No, we love our teenagers. We are sympathetic to what you are going through. You are in a sexual fucking revolution of hormones, and there's all this shit everywhere that you gotta deal with, and it's like nigh on to the apocalypse too, and everybody's stressed out, poor, and damn near homeless, and I know some of your parents are living out of vans, and some of y'all are living out of vans and stuff, and I know this is a bad time in America, but I mean, like, adolescence is not a modern plague. I love the fucking young people of this country and the rest of the fucking world in a non-weird way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love the youth. Without them, we wouldn't have a culture. You know what I'm saying? And you act like they're this other labeled tribalist entity that you've got to take down. Oh my God, teenagers are a modern plague, right? You got to take them down like they're the woke culture or something like that. It just seems fucking really weird. That's you 20 years ago. You know? What's the difference between you and this person? This is you 20 years ago. What's the difference? Fight me. What's the difference between this person and you 20 years ago, beyond the gender? You know what I'm saying? Like, if there was a boy here, I'd point at them. What is the difference between you 20 years ago and this person? Nothing. Nothing at all. You and them are the same human going through the same fucking things. Where is your fucking sympathy, you fucking dinosaur of a Republican moron? The Reb. Yeah, the Reb.
Adolescence.
Yeah, Reb this.
Is a modern innovation and wants to get rid of child labor laws that protect kids under the age of 16 from being exploited. While poor and middle class mothers.
I don't know. I think, like, honestly, from the age of 16 to 18, I think that's probably the years that you're going to do the best, most hard work of your life. And I mean, I think that maybe is a natural time to work, and maybe not so natural time for a 16-year-old with pent up energy and all that fucking, energy and hormones and energy. Like, I don't know if that's a very natural time to fucking pent them up in a fucking asylum, essentially. I don't know if that's the right time. I don't know what is the better time, but I'm not sure it's the right time. I don't think it's the right time to cage a bunch of 16 to 18-year-olds in a building for 2 years. I don't think that's the right time of their lives to do that. I think 24 would be a much better time. 24 to 32, something like that. Right then, Tolkien literally believed that you are a child until you're 33. I'm starting to think the same thing, because do the fucking math, right? 33, 66, 99. There's about 3 stages in life, right? There's youth, middle age, and elder. And I would say, yeah, I'd be a lot more okay with a kid just being a fucking kid until they're like 33 and shit, and not forcing them to do anything at all. Like force them to attend a building where they're so angry and angsty at each other that they want to like school shooting the place, like Columbine or something like that. Do you really think that's the right place for a bunch of 16-year-olds to be cooped up all with each other in the same building all the time? I mean, maybe that's proper, but I think maybe you could just open up society to them at 16 and let them drive and work and shit like that, you know? And I don't really see already they can drive at the age of 16. I don't know why they can't work. They're young and they're strong. And let them learn what a real vocation is before they go to school, because I've never met somebody with the discipline to do, I've met people with the discipline to do school before the age of 24, but they're all the AAA factor people who end up being rich, right? Anybody else in this fucking world I've never met I've never met somebody who had the goddamn discipline to do it. If you really think about it, it's like at least 12, if not 16 years of school. I don't know too many people with the discipline to do that, and I think maybe we need to kind of fundamentally change what the circadian rhythms are of our culture and all this. I think shutting down all of our businesses on Saturday and Sunday is actually really goddamn stupid. You know, there's a bunch of shit the way we run this culture that's just ass backwards and wrong. Like, why do we have bankers hours again? I'm sorry, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. I know why we have bank hours, but why Monday through Friday 9 to 5? I don't know. I get that it's the 8-hour work week, but I mean, God damn it! Doesn't it seem like you've kind of written out the entirety of what their lives are going to be by the age of 4? You see, it's like, by the age of 6, you will be going to lower school, and you will go to the 6th grade, and you will be very, very happy because you will be young, and you have not gone through prepubescence and such, right? And then comes middle school, you see a dark cloud coming, and you're starting to get acne, and you're starting to notice that cute girl in science class or whatever, and you're like, or the girls that sit across from you in social studies and stuff, and you're starting to discover stuff, right? But like, okay, somewhere around the age of like 16, they're drinking, they're smoking, they're working, they're fucking, and my issue is so why do we make them wait legally to do all that stuff, when they're doing it anyways? And then why do we make them, and then why don't we let them work from the age of 16 to 21 and just let them stay at home from the age of 16 to 21 and make them work to help them support their fucking family and their jobs and stuff, and just hire them at the age I've never met a kid who couldn't work a job at the age of 16. I'm sorry, but I've never met a 16-year-old who couldn't work a full-time job, I don't think. And I'm not saying kids should work a full-time job. I'm just saying, why not give them the option? The kids who want to stay in school, they can, but let the other people just go to work if they want at the age of 16. Let them drive cars and let them fuck and do all that stuff if they want to. And let the people who actually want to stay in school for 12 to 16 fucking years of their probably 45-year-old life or something. It's like you literally straddle them with something that they don't want to do for half their lives. You ever kind of wondered how much how bad the morality might be around the freedom of school? A little bit. The morality of the freedom of school isn't too good in this country, because it's like we have what are the dropout? What is the dropout percentages of high schoolers? What's the dropout rate for what's the high school dropout rate, right? I'll never forget it. My fourth year of school in Colorado, in high school, I went to a public school because I was expelled from my private school for breaking in and doing a bunch of damage. And no, I'm not proud of this. We were working through some stuff. We had some complaints with the school. There was a lot of stuff going in the background. I've had to work through all of it over the years, etc., etc. And I'm in a good place with it. And I did pay them $4,600 to make up for the damage that we did. I paid them. You know what I'm saying? And in return, they didn't imprison me, they just expelled me. They let me pay it back, and in return they just expelled me, as opposed to imprisoning me or whatever it would have been, juvenile and charges, right? And already I was young and crazy. I was just young and crazy by the age of 15 and doing stuff like breaking into my high school, and that one was pretty bad. They fucking came after me on that one. And when I was 17, I got kicked out of junior year, 3/4 of the way through the high school year. I just got kicked out of junior year and expelled because they caught me for, I had my prints. My prints were in the system at the age of 17, and so I got caught. And so where I'm going with this is I got expelled and I went to a public school in my 18th year. I'm sorry, my 18th year I went to public school, and I graduated from public high school in Colorado. And I'll never forget that fourth year that I went to the public school, there was 5,700 students the first 3 days of school. And then by the third week, there was 2,100 or something like that. It was massive. It was massive. 3,000 of this 2 million was that Denver high school, and I won't say what it is because it's provocative and stuff. But the dropout rate is pretty bad. It's like 1 in 20 kids drop out. Is a good way to look at it. 1 in 20 kids drop out. Now that's not that much, but I mean, if you think about it in terms of a high school homeroom, one of those kids is going to drop out and have a burnout, fucked up life, probably teenage pregnancy and meth use and all this other stuff, right? And so, I look at that as like a stacked deck a little bit, because if they just didn't have to go to fucking school, they wouldn't be a fucking dropout, and then they don't get the goddamn judgment. And if they're able to go to work at the age of 15 or 16 or whatever and just live their lives as humans or whatever, I think we're kind of restrictive in the way that we sort of limit what they can do in their times of life. We know that certain kids skip ahead in grades because they're just more advanced. I mean, and so should we punish those kids? No. I mean, it's just sort of weird. So, like, I don't know. But I know that, this is a bad number. It's 2 million students in 2021 dropped out, And the problem is, you must give them the choice. They will not come back. And I don't like, and I'm saying like honestly, I don't think that they're dropping out because they can't, because they can't finish school. I think they're dropping out because they can't handle being in a building being in a building like a prison. I'm sorry, but I'll say it. I'm sorry. It really is like this kind of, isn't it? I mean, I hate talking reality all the time, but I'm going to tell you how the kids look at it. And I don't know how I know this as a 40-year-old man. I'm just going to tell you how I looked at it when I was their age and shit. It's kind of like prison, isn't it? To force kids the age of fucking 15 to 18 to be cooped up in a fucking room with a bunch of other fucking kids that often they don't like for fucking, for fucking 7 hours a day for 200 days a year for 4 years. Isn't that kind of like forced prison? I'm not saying that they shouldn't go to school. I'm saying that shouldn't they have a legal choice where they're not sought by truancy and they're not prosecuted or they're not judged by their fellow human beings. If they say, oh, I'd like to go to work at the age of 15, my father was a mason, his father was a mason, they want to teach me stone cutting, I want to do stone cutting, or I want to be a distiller, my father was a distiller, his father was a distiller, all I do is help do the corn mash in our Louisiana stills, and I don't want to go to fucking school, fuck you. Right? And it's not my culture, and I didn't tell you I wanted that, and I don't know why you made it a legal requirement or anything like that, right? Some of these people, they know what their lives are going to be by the age of 15, and thank God they do. Some of us don't, right? And thank God they do, and I think you should respect that. They are human beings. Just because they are young doesn't mean that they are stupid. And I think you trample all over children's rights all the fucking time, and forcing them to be pent up in that fucking school. A bunch of the parents that I knew took their kids out of those high schools and just let them lounge around. A ton of people that I knew let their kids lounge around the house all day and just homeschooled them rather than fucking force them to be in that gulag where there's racial tensions, there's school shootings, there's teenage pregnancies, there's social pressures to smoke and drink and fuck and all this other stuff. All this stuff that might not actually be too good for some cultures. Like if you look at, say, like an Orthodox Jewish family or like, say, a Mormon family, that might not be so good for them to be exposed to that sort of thing. Maybe your Quakers and your Shakers. That's what happened to me, right? I went from Catholic school to Long Beach, California, and I went from not knowing what sex was to absolutely knowing what a shermed out gang member looked like when they sauntered through your schoolyard. You know what I'm saying? Not only did I know what sex was, I knew what gang banging was, and you know, Elian Gonzalez and earthquakes and fires. And, you know, by the age of like 10 or 12, when I was on the blacktop in fucking Long Beach and shit like that, like fucking, they were putting us out to recess for 4 hours a fucking day because the education system was so bad. At that point, let the kids go work. I mean, not those young kids at the age of like 10 or 12, but by the age of 15, I think if the kid knows that he's just going to act out the whole day in class and that he's just going to be working on cars his whole life anyways, or whatever the fuck, shouldn't we respect their goddamn, you know, their choice? Shouldn't we? I mean, I know they're too young to make choices like that and that their parents should make that choice, but there's this thing about you have to go to school. You have to go to school. I don't know that, like, now I'm not saying school is a bad thing. I'm not. I keep saying that, but it's true. But I think the choice has to be there. I think choice has to be there for all of it. I think teenage girls at the age of 14 should be able to forego the statutory rape laws if they want, and not prosecute the 18-year-old dude, the dude that they seduced, you know. But I think in this culture, it's just expected to just ruin everybody and trap everybody in a room for 4 years and make them miserable and all this. And I think that's just the social norms now. And I don't know, but for a land built on freedom, I can't think of a more regulated, less free culture on the fucking planet. From where you're supposed to be in the morning to where you're supposed to be at lunch, breakfast, dinner, where you sleep at night, what jobs you do and when, what age you can work, when you're a felon and when you're not a felon, all this other stuff, right? It just seems sort of weird. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying repeal all these laws that help with human decency, because we got bad problems with stuff like sex trafficking and all this. I know what happens when you cut leeway like this, but I'm saying I don't think it's working. I think you almost have to give them that freedom back to just volunteer to go to school, as opposed to prosecuting them if they don't, or whatever, or judging them.
Fathers struggle to make ends meet. We legally prohibit their teenagers from working and helping the family financially until they reach the frivolous threshold of 16. We're told child labor laws are meant to protect first graders from being enslaved.
Do you understand, like, how I'm woke? Which means that I know that both sides are bullshit, and I'm just looking for logic. That's it. Both sides are bullshit. Elephant, you're caught between an elephant and a jackass, and you can't see anything. You can't see the forest from the fucking trees, right? Now, some of the stuff that this guy is saying, yeah, like, we're told child labor laws are meant to protect first graders from being enslaved by sweatshop owners, but they also protect high schoolers from pushing a mop at a grocery store for a few hours a week, which is really weird. What he's saying is true. That is a valid point. It is not I'm not trying to agree with a conservative and validate him or whatever. What he's saying is actually absolutely true. There are a bunch of our laws should almost be spectrums based on what your age is, you know? Like, frankly, I'm okay with a 90-year-old fucking man doing cocaine and heroin and drinking until he's an alcoholic. I don't give two shits if Don Jerry down the block, who, you know, like, sits on his fucking John Deere and listens to, like, KOA 850 on the fucking on the 850 KOA radio and stuff, and about how the Democrats are sending the country to hell and all that. I really don't care if Don Jerry, the 90-year-old dude down the block with the John Deere tractor and the fucking umbrella hat, I really don't care if he does heroin. Is that crazy? He's 90 years old. I don't care. I don't care if he commits suicide. I don't care if his doctor helps him commit suicide. I want him to have those freedoms, you know? It's weird. For a party that pushes freedom all the fucking time. I can't think of a more segmented, goddamn rule-based culture than America. Really. You know, every hour of all of our lives are, like, segmented. Like, you should, okay, it's 7:30 in the morning, so you should be eating breakfast and getting ready for school or work. And that is true from the age of 6 until 65. And then at 10 a.m. or sorry, at 7:45, you should be on a school bus or a car or a van or a truck or something on your way to work, and you should be listening to morning radio or talking to your kids or talking about something or talking on the phone or whatever. And at about 8:15, your kids should be in school and you should be at work. And and one day you look down at your crotch and there's a calculator and there is no life anymore. You are just what America tells you to do. And at 11:30, and you start to get hangry, so you're thinking about that Taco Bell lunch or whatever, and your kid's thinking about the cafeteria, and yeah, maybe 8 years later it might be a little different, but I mean, like, every hour of every day is like pretty much not legally, but it may as well be basically legally forced upon you for most of the first 20 years of your life or something like that. And I get worried a little bit about these kids not having their actual freedom. They're like, now I view kids as these like herds being like shepherded around, and that they don't have like a lot of free choice, and that's weird. I mean, I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about, like, I don't think they have a lot of free choice about whether they're forced to go to school, about whether they're forced to deal with that bullshit in high school that is just bullshit, all that social pressure and all that stuff that drives them miserable and causes a bunch of them to commit suicide and all this, right? Like, I don't know if that stuff should be forced on them. I don't know what else the other answer is, but I think freedom needs to be respected here. If a child and their parent come to the decision that high school is just not the right place for them, I don't know if truancy laws should apply to them. Let the kid work.
But they also protect high schoolers.
Motherfucker, I was working, like, not full time, but definitely from 3 until 10:30 at night. Pretty much like 3:30. I'm dead serious. And every night of the fucking week, from 3:30 until 10:30 at night, I worked cashier jobs from the age of, 17 until 22, something, 5 solid years, from 3:30 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, whether I was in high school or not. It didn't matter. I worked like 7-8 hours a fucking day, every day, maybe 5 days a week if I was lucky, but more like 7 if you count the partying, right? And like, so I mean, like, and I was out of the house by 16. Now, is every kid gonna be like that? Fuck no. But I think the kids that are like that should be allowed to be like that. Just like the kids that aren't like that should be chaperoned in a K through 8th, 9th through 12th, collegiate through 14th or whatever, through 16th or whatever, or 20th level, and just let them go to uni or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, I think they should be able to go to uni at the age of 15 and just forego high school entirely. I think there's a lot of freedoms that we take away from our young people that I don't know. I don't really know why a child can't smoke. I don't really know why a child can't gamble, and I don't really know why a child can't have sex with another child. And by that I mean like a 14-year-old having sex with a 14-year-old. Because they're going to do all that stuff anyways. They are. They're going to drink, they're going to smoke, they're going to fight, they're going to fuck, they're going to get high, they're going to gamble. They're all by the age of probably 16, something like that. So, I mean, like, if they're taking those fucking freedoms anyways, why not just fucking give it to them? Why do we treat them like they're delinquents? Why do we kick them out of school and expel them and in-school suspension and all this shit? If they're like that anyways, I think we need to accept that they're going to be like that anyways. And if they're acting like that at the age of 15, then acknowledge it and accept it. Maybe this fucking society just caused these kids to mature much, much younger, I guess. I don't know what it is that caused this, but I think, I'm not talking about sex. That's the last thing I'm talking about. Keep the sexual consent at 18. I'm talking about all the fucking rest of it, from high school to working to driving to smoking to drinking, all of that stuff. I mean, give them all that stuff. They're going to do it anyways.
From pushing a mop at a
the one thing you should maybe be really careful about is the age of consent, I think. All the rest of it is,
or for a few hours a week. is what he wrote. Before
Juvenile delinquents, like how many, okay, you ever thought about this? Like talk about sweeping numbers, right? How many actual Americans are felons right now? Is it like 78% or something like that? I mean, I guess I could go look, but I don't want to do a whole bunch of Jello Biafra statistics and depress everybody. I'm just going to leave that one blank. I don't know what that answer is, but it's going to be fucking scary, right? So like, now that we know that like at least half of us are like criminal, why are I mean, like, I don't know. I think we need to acknowledge that crime seems to be this thing that people engage in a lot. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, there's some addressment that needs to be done there. I think both in the reform of the prison culture and the fact that just, you know, it seems like people sell a lot of sex. It seems like people sell a lot of drugs. It seems like people sell all kinds of other nasty shit, and nothing's ever going to stop them. And I don't know why you tried. I don't think the Japanese culture, which I would say is a superior culture in terms of its length on the earth and how many dynasties they've had and how much longer they've been around since America and all this. They're like one of the oldest cultures on earth. And I would say if you look at the Japanese culture, that taboo isn't there. And I see a happy modern culture with almost zero crime. They're unhappy finance wise, and they're unhappy sex wise, I think. But they're a happy culture that isn't school shooting and you know all this other stuff. And I look at why, and I know that the rigid discipline is probably part of that reason. But another part of it is I just don't think that they pariah or they cancel or whatever you want to call it. They like pariah, like we pariah every girl who has sex before the age of 18. We pariah every person that does drugs. We pariah every person who doesn't have the same goddamn religion as us. We call people foreigners all the time with this xenophobia and all this stuff. We like exclude all kinds of other people all the fucking time. And I don't know how that really helps. I look for the unity now these days.
From his blog, it's interesting. So
like you want to separate them. You want the bad kids in the in-school suspension, and you want the good kids in international baccalaureate and all that, right? Like that's what I dealt with in high school. I was in both. I was in in-school suspension with a fucking pager on my fucking ankle for a high-speed chase and possession of ecstasy, MDMA, and of fucking marijuana at the age of 17. And I was like giving a fucking like an hour-long thing to my psychology class about what it's like to go through drug court as a 17-year-old and all this. And like and I'm working full time from 3 p.m., 3:30, 4 o'clock until 11:30 or 12 o'clock at night. I'm playing video games until 2 in the morning, and I'm sleeping until 7:30 or 8 until I have to go to work. And I'm living at my friend's house at the age of 16 on their couch. I mean, like, and I know that a bunch of fucking kids in this country are living exactly like that. I know there is. And I don't know, just some people mature faster, some people mature slower. I think this catch-all that we have doesn't seem to work, and I think we need to give these people their freedom again. Let them sell sex, let them sell drugs, let them go to school if they want to, let them work if they want to, let them be productive if they want to, let them be homeless if they want to. I think we have to actually address the fact that I think America is no longer free in almost any way or form. I don't really believe America's free in almost anything. That you cannot set up a fucking like a lemonade business and even pay taxes on it without direct competition from not only the government and everybody else. It's like you can't even set up a business anymore without dealing with 3 middlemen as a lemonade stand. It's like really bad. Free trade is totally gone. Everybody's crazy. The mental health is garbage. There's a lot of illiteracy and all these problems in America. But I mean, like, but I think really a lot of the reason these people are so unhappy and they're not solving their own problems is because you put them through some kind of like forced lifestyle that they don't want. I don't think most kids want high school. I don't think they want it. I hate to say it, but I would say probably half the kids out there do not want high school, and I think you should probably give them their goddamn, like give like a horse. Just give them the reins. Give them the fucking reins. I know it sounds crazy, like chaos or something like that, but look at the alternative. There's so much teenage fucking pregnancy. There is so much goddamn, like, you know, there's so much shit going on, so much dropout. The dropout rate is so big, and it's weird. And I mean, at that point, you just have to give them their personal freedoms back. This is liberty, and freedom are what we built this country on. But I can't think of a more segmented, ruled society. You know, you can't even sleep on the fucking streets as a homeless person without getting hassled by cops. But I mean, I'm an American. I didn't my family help build this country? Didn't I come here legally and, you know, and pay my taxes all my life and all this? I don't know why I can't sleep on my own streets. This is my goddamn country, you know? And I'm not saying I want to be homeless all my life like a do nothing or something like that or whatever. I'm saying that, is it really illegal for the homeless to be right there camped up there on 16th Street Mall? I don't think it really is. I don't think it's really illegal. I think those are citizens with green cards and social security numbers whose families helped build this place, who came and probably fought wars, honestly, and that kind of thing to help keep this place alive. And you treat them like they're the worst enemy foreigner from overseas, and they're your worst, weakest links. And we know how strong anything is how strong is a chain? Its weakest link, right? How strong is the American chain? Well, its weakest link, our homeless, right? So we are only as strong. Donald Trump is only as strong as your average cracked out, fucked up zombie bath salts person down there on the Skid Row on fucking fentanyl instead of methamphetamine, right? And I'm sorry, but there is no real difference between those two people, Trump and the person on fentanyl. There's not really that much fucking difference. Like, you know, they're both Americans. Their family both fought for this country. They're both the same fucking people with the same goddamn social security numbers. I don't really see a difference just because one has money. No. And if Trump wants to sleep on goddamn a park bench, you know, he might be at the end of it. If Trump wants to sleep on a park bench in Central Park, like, yeah, rouse his ass at 5:30 in the morning like the rest of the culture and shit, but Trump should be able to sleep on the goddamn bench at the fucking park. His family paid taxes and fought for this country just like everybody the fuck else. You know what I'm saying? How is he any different from you? So the same thing, and the same people that speak out against our homeless and all the problems and everything. And I'm like, yeah, but remember, America is a chain and the homeless are the weakest link. And if you keep pulling on that chain and it keeps snapping because the homeless are the weakest link in our society, we don't have a society. You're no better than them. Donald Trump's no better than the fentanyl dude, than Mr. Florida Man fentanyl dude, you know? They're really not. They're the same people, cut from the same cloth, same countries, same color, same everything. Like you know, same color of blood. You know, and there's no real difference. They're all humans to me. They're all shit to me. So, like, why there should be this thing about, oh, you can't sleep on your own fucking, you can't sleep on a street in your own country? Am I not an American anymore? I thought we had freedom, but you keep saying about how bad the homeless thing is and the borders and all this, but I mean, we have zero freedom when it comes to the homelessness. We have zero freedom when it comes to the borders. We can't seem to solve those problems, and we have no end in sight. Yeah, you're absolutely right, but I mean, I'm gonna leave it there.
Adolescence is a made-up thing and not an observable stage of biological development as discovered by, like, scientists to protect children from labor. So we should stop protecting children from labor. Also, they should get pregnant and go into labor, even if they were sexually abused. Walsh tweeted that a 12-year-old girl should be forced to go through with her pregnancy if she's raped by her father, because then there will be evidence of the crime.
Shit.
Meaning the born baby would be evidence? It seems like a bad reason to have a baby. So, okay, forcing children younger than 16 to give birth and exploiting their labor, all well and good, not abuse. You know what is abuse? Listening to kids who identify with a certain gender and giving them support. Here he is talking about a doctor giving adolescents gender-affirming care.
What's her argument here? Well, she says, first of all, adolescents can make good decisions. In fact, she says, most decisions adolescents make are good.
Most, not all, but most. Yeah.
Which somehow means that it's good for them to make those decisions, and we should help them to make more such decisions.
Yeah, they're people, just like us. Just because they're young doesn't mean they're people with, you know.
Our laws against child rape and pedophilia are all based entirely on the idea that young children cannot make sexual decisions for themselves. Dr. Johanna wants to undermine the legal, scientific, and philosophical case against pedophilia, and that is not a coincidence, by the way. Check back in 10 years or maybe sooner, and she'll be explaining in one of these videos with equal passion why we must be tolerant towards and accepting of adult-child sexual relationships.
Oh, neat how they're too young to make decisions the moment gender-affirming care is discussed. Which is it, Matthew? Kids should be forced to give birth and can consent to marriage and kids, but not to gender expression. It seems like you're a fucking hypocrite making up the rules because you just hate gay people. It's almost like, because he has to jump through so many hoops about what choices teenagers can and can't make, that his entire anti-trans groomer argument isn't built on sound logic. I think that's perhaps more important than trying to make Matt Walsh or these other ghouls out to be groomers themselves. Grooming is a very specific thing that doesn't happen at drag shows or Hooters. That's the actual point to all of this. That and how dangerous it is to call people abusers or groomers when they are just doing something you don't like. And how that actually puts a lot of kids in way more danger than a fucking drag show. For example, not too long ago, Walsh and other ghouls made a point to accuse Boston Children's Hospital of child mutilation because they provide gender-affirming care to minors. While that's obviously not mutilation, the claim also relies on false information that Boston Children's Hospital provides care to teenagers and young adults. But the hospital in question does not provide bottom surgery to minors under the age of 18. The Daily Caller used a study to claim the hospital was providing gender-affirming surgeries to minors, implying the doctors are surgically transitioning kids. What the study actually shows is that 0% of patients who got gender-affirming bottom surgery were minors, and furthermore, the guidelines for breast reduction or augmentation are the same for both trans and cis teenagers. Cisgender girls under 18 routinely undergo breast reduction or augmentation without the right wing calling it child mutilation. Breast surgeries on cisgender teens are more than 20 times more common than surgeries on transgender teens. The reason doctors perform these surgeries on cisgender girls is based on studies showing that the improvement in quality of life outweighs the risks, which is the same kind of research that has shown an improvement in the quality of life for trans teenagers. But again, Walsh doesn't say shit about that because hypocrite, etc., and so forth, etc. Anyway, after Matt Walsh, the Daily Caller, Tucker Carlson, and Ben Shapiro claimed the Boston Children's Hospital was mutilating children, the hospital started to receive bomb threats, to which Walsh and others say it's a false flag event or some kind of left-wing conspiracy. It sounds super safe and chill for kids to have bomb threats at their hospital. Good job, child protectors. And again, the point is that it's all fine if a teenager and a doctor decide to augment their breasts for whatever reason. It's none of our f***ing business. Like saying teenager and breasts in the same sentence.
Me neither.
Sex and violence. Well, it's time to cut to ads because we're drawing you in with violence you see before making you watch ads first. Point Cody.
You know, there are a lot of untrustworthy types out there. Not me, of course. But scam artists aren't always so easy to spot. That's actually why I've invented a special pair of glasses that will alert you when you are being scammed. Yeah, they cost $200, but in the long run, my friends, that is absolutely worth it. It's a bargain, even. Another thing that may help you is to better understand scammy dudes like, say, Martin Shkreli. Remember that guy? Well,
Yeah.
there is this podcast from Wondery called Scamfluencers that focuses completely on unbelievable but true stories behind some of the world's most infamous scams, swindlers, and con artists. People like Shkreli. You know him. He's the pharma bro with the Wu-Tang album who got famous for price hikes on drugs before we learned a bunch of other terrible things about him. If only people had my glasses earlier, they could have known. By the way, my Scam Spot TM glasses are available only through online purchases and only after you sign a form. That's just a bunch of boring stuff. Don't worry about the form. The point is that you should check out this podcast, am I right? And you can follow Scamfluencers wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app. Scamfluencers! Stick it to the scammers by listening and then also by buying my magic glasses.
Hey, hi! Thank you for not abandoning me. We were just talking about how conservatives claiming to want to protect children actually caused bomb threats at a children's hospital. Like, literally something the Joker would do. And now, we are going to talk about...
I love how he's like, literally something the Joker would do. Yeah, it is a page from the Joker playbook. It is. I mean, he's right.
Violence, I do believe. Did somebody say violence? Was that person me? Oh, and speaking of violence, remember how Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked by a...
I do. I remember the guy in Amaranth's closet. I remember the other day. I remember all the stupid shit. I remember.
Guy wielding a hammer who kept yelling, "Where's Nancy?" And after being arrested, he admitted his motive was to kidnap Nancy Pelosi. Pretty f***ed up. But you know what is just as bad? That after the attack, the Republicans were censored by the devious cabal of themselves. Anti-censoring activist Marjorie Taylor Greene, seen here being censored by a mask she wore while speaking into a microphone on the floor of Congress, was a victim of censorship by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who deleted her own posts where she called for violence against Nancy Pelosi. Here's just some of what she self-censored following the attack.
She's a traitor to our country. She's guilty of treason. She took an oath to protect American citizens and uphold our laws. And she gives aid and comfort to our enemies who illegally invade our land. That's what treason is. Exactly. And by our law, representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government. And it's a crime punishable by death, is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason, and we want her out of our government.
Wonder why she got rid of that. But it turns out she didn't do anything wrong. The true problem, you see, is Democrats politicizing this attempted kidnapping of a Democratic politician.
But in the wake of that, they're telling you, unfortunately, you can no longer have free speech. No, you can't. They're telling you this is an example of stochastic terrorism, which is a completely meaningless phrase that emerged like a virus out of the university to infect our public discourse. Or
stochastic?
Or precisely to suppress our public discourse. Reuters has reported that...
stochastic terrorism, okay.
Terrorism and extremism experts believe it could be an example of the growing threat.
Did you say stochastic? It made me fucking trip up so goddamn bad. Stochastic, I know what that is. I don't know what stochastic is. Or wait, no, I don't know what stochastic is. What is stochastic? I don't know that word. Stochastic. What was it again? It was stochastic. I don't believe I've ever heard that word before. Stochastic. What is that? Randomly determined, having a random probability distribution or pattern that may be... stochastic. I was like, I've heard this before, but I don't know what it is. Okay, RNG. It means RNG. So... Or, well, it means R. It means random. So, okay, stochastic terrorism. Random terrorism. Sometimes unstable individuals are inspired to violence by hate speech. Okay.
To infect our public discourse, or more precise...
Why do you look like Donald Trump?
To suppress our public discourse. Reuters has...
You're aware that the whole world makes fun of Orange Face, right? You're aware that... Like right now, at any given time on this planet, there might be 6.5 billion people on this fucking planet making fun of his orange face. You know? On both sides. And so you want to go look like that?
Approaching Stargate.
Things you will never see me do.
We're quoting, terrorism and extremism experts believe it.
We all know that you're sitting up there in a fucking, in what, probably Atlanta or something like that, or like, New York, probably New York, right? Where does Tucker Carlson film at? Like, probably New York, right? You didn't get this tan in New York. You didn't.
The growing threat of so-called stochastic terrorism.
Now, he didn't know how to say it, but I did. And I was like, stochastic. I was like, what the fuck is he tripped me up on it, right? So let's go hear about the pronunciation, because maybe he did get it right. Stochastic. No, it's stochastic. Castic with a K. It's a K. It's stochastic. That would never be stochastic, you fucking idiot.
individuals are inspired to violence by hate.
Stochastic is, I mean, in his defense, it is not a common word, and I feel like I'm being mean to him.
Speech. Okay.
You know, I mean, I'm being mean to him. I'm trying to, like, foible him, like Kofefe or something. Whatever. I don't really care about these fucking people. They represent a non-entity to me. Like, the people, they're like a reagent, or a regent, you know? They're like a regent. Did you bumped into police? Yeah, you bumped into police.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Going out to mine. You're empty? Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, you're not. There we go. We go dump and just go. Just go. So now I go to the social. Contacts, chat channels, fleet. Contacts, chat channels, fleet. Fleet. There we are. Okay, and then go into
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged.
no, wait. Oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive autopilot active. Disabled. No waypoint set.
Oh yeah, do I have duels? Denied.
Approaching Stargate.
Yes.
Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Where's the free utility? Oh, nice. Supply package. So we go in, go. And I go back to best stock now. Back to best stock now. Or well, maybe not Bastock actually. I think I'm just gonna go to the desert now. Yeah, I sold everything, did everything I think. So
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I need Signet.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh yeah. Oh, hat run. Everyone needs a pop item starting 4 hours. Stunts are welcome. You didn't do it? Oh wait, did I get the other one going? Oh god, you did start, right? Yeah. Or no? No, you didn't. God damn it, you didn't start. Oh.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Nice. Sunday morning, 5 a.m. Sunday morning, 5 a.m. Sunday morning, 5 a.m. So, Captain Cosmos twin bed. Very good. I want to log out and go and change something right quick. Yes. Play V.
Approaching Stargate.
Edit world settings, edit description, edit world settings. Combat. Difficulties. Nuclear. Standard enemies. Okay. World settings may affect game performance. Nuclear, hard, default. Frequent bloody mess. I want default, right? Ragdoll behavior, normal. Nuclear force, nuclear increased force, increased upward force, normal. Increased upwards force or increased force. Yeah, increased force is kind of fun, but I don't think so. We'll just do normal. Damage received, damage dealt. In nuclear, they won't be as hard to kill, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this will work, so I might have to change other settings, but we'll try this for now. I keep trying to find that perfect fucking spot where I don't have to mess with the settings anymore. I keep trying to download Horizon Forbidden West and returning to see if my my program will make it run better, but I don't think it will.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, so I put it on took it off nuclear, and I'm not getting swarmed like I did before. And I think monsters come, but they kind of slowly come. So we're just gonna look at the AI behavior here and see what happens. Yep, see, he spawned on top of me. Let's see how many it is. It's like 3 there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like 3 or 4, I guess. Yeah, and look, they're not like aggro. I mean, they are. I guess they are kind of. Nice. Nice. So it was only 4 though. Sometimes it's like 10 or 15 mobs and it gets way out of hand, and that's what I was hoping to get when I turned it down to default, is to get the proc spawn a little bit more decent. Yeah, like, look, they're not spawning, like, at the same rate. I think it delays it, like, a whole... There's the spawn. Where did they spawn? There they are.
Warping to Stargate. Autopilot drive jump active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So it's good, but it's not quite as aggro. I like that. So now where are we going? We're going, like, down the road a bit. Let's go down the road a bit. I want to kill this settler. I don't know, but this isn't the right weapon for it, I don't think. I don't know.
Approaching Stargate.
Wow, I'm really not used to this mouse being this light. It's like you're trying to grip it and get ready for the brick weight, you know? But I don't have to. It's actually really light. My old mouse was so heavy. The spawns are way slower, and I like that. I think default's better. Also, I think it kind of like spawns harder stuff sometimes when it's on nuclear. It just like starts it'll pop like a legendary on you, which can be really unacceptable when you've got like 13 mobs. It's sometimes really nice because you get like free legendary loot, but I also don't really want that kind of thing to happen. I don't want a legendary to spawn on top of me while I'm fighting 13 mobs. That was something about nuclear that I didn't really like at all. Now, running down this road, I was not accosted by random pops at all. You can tell that either they're back there and they're glitched, or the spawn time is much slower. Now I got my spawn, I think. Yeah, immediately, because the Scorched are fighting something else now. Oops. Oops. Hoo-hoo.
Approaching station. Approaching station.
Oh, damn it. Nice. Good credit there. It's good shit, good shit.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot docking request accepted. Reached. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh, shit. Overlaps in existing. God damn it. Oh, am I standing at the thing? I am, yeah, and I'm where I'm supposed to be. Oh, come on, you're fucking with me here pretty bad, man. Yes. Okay. There, now, so I haven't shown up yet. I'm in Elanaya, unduck. And unduck, and, okay.
Warp drive active.
Gotta go pee real quick while I warp. I'll be right back. What happened to my pen? Must have fallen. Oops. Oh, there it is. Okay. Last rock and I came all this way for no reason. There's no way I'm going all the way to that. I'll just go back to Yoma, it's alright.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Came 10 jumps for no reason.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
I don't know. Procs is like kind of annoying. I can't relax. They're constantly on me and it takes me away from other games. It's not the right settings. I like procs and it keeps me on my toes, but the I don't know, the constant spawn. I wish it would just spawn enemies near me but not aggro them to me.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't know. I think it's alright. It's alright how it is. I should sleep before I leave. I'm going to Kuzats.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't like procs. It's like I can't even focus. They constantly spawn all the time, and it's too much. It's too much. So we'll go back and we'll change it. I learned. I'm like, yeah, it's just not good enough, is it? It's not. So there's a lot of changes that I want to make here on this experience. The first one is I killed the shadows, and I realized that I don't want to do that, and that's annoying because then I have to like rechange all the controls and everything, and all the settings, which is like really annoying. But I mean, I don't know how else to fix the shadows. Oh, I could just put them to ultra, I suppose. I could just change the shadows and see if it fixes it. I closed out and I shouldn't have. I'll just go turn on the shadows and see if that fixes it. I don't think it will, though.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Silver Beast Coin.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it's Earth Elemental weather. Shit, I was like, why do I hear all that wind? If it's Earth Elemental weather, that was better money than what I'm doing. I think I'll go kill those, actually. I had no idea. Where was that? It was like, oh, God. It was like right up there north of this. So, okay, I'm going to go up north. I will Y-scan here, see if I see anything. Earth Elementals are good. It's good money. Yeah. Go see if I can get those two spawns up north. Do that until the weather ends. Maybe it'll turn double and I'll just be able to do this for a while. That'd be good. Probably better than dying in there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, so we first thing that I need to do is change the graphics. Ultra, high, low, high, shadows, ultra, shadow distance, high, water quality high, lighting quality high. Yep, and yep, and that's what I want. Okay, so quit, play. Oops. Shit. I mean, I had to go north anyways. There's an Earth Elemental. Might as well, I guess. Wait. Oh, it's that Antiquin? It is that Antiquin that I had, huh? Oh, I got Link.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, I thought the giraffe was on me for a second. I was like, why? Yeah, kill this thing.
Warping to station.
Alright, well, kill him. Okay, so here is the game with much better graphics, I think. Yeah, the water looks better now. Let's see.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching station.
right? And then yeah, and then we'll just see. We'll see how that runs. Oh no, and then I want to change the world. Love to change the world, but I don't know what to do. So I leave it up to you. Difficulty nuclear.
Docking request accepted.
Ragdoll, dismemberment, proc spawn off, nuclear difficulty, damage received should be low, which is like 50% of what you normally get, and I changed that, so that's a little bit more realistic. And then we'll come and, yep, go. Am I Earth Elemental? I'd like to get up north because there's two of them right next to each other that I know of. But I'll just use this fleet to go up there. Hurry up, you. Someone killed that one, or I'm just too far, one or the other.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint.
I mean, I like proc spawn, but they spawn on top of you. Why did they make it spawn on top of you? Yep, there we go. Oh, shadows are fucked up. It appears that I'll have to delete the file. Something that I did is messed up, I guess. Yep, and that's okay, though. We will just redo the file. I don't think that's actually that big of a deal, frankly. So, okay, this Earth Elemental should be right here. Yes. Stone got to 249 on me and 50 on the sheep. So annoying. I was gonna go sit since you opened up for half my bar. Okay, so what else needs to be done? So obviously I've screwed with the shadows for the last time. It messes the water, and I didn't really know this about the game until now. I kind of never really drew the correlation, but the shadows and the water are the same thing, kind of. So, or I mean, in terms of the settings anyway. So if we go to prefs, I dir shadow splits, B draw shadows, right? So maybe we can just fix it here without changing all the other stuff, actually. Yeah, I don't see why not. I graphic preset, yep, and then I present intervals, the other one that I'm looking for. Oh, no, I don't want, yeah, there we go. I don't want I present interval, I don't. So, what else am I looking for? That one website that I always go to, how to properly disable shadows, right? And then IMAP shadow resolution, that should be in the first section, right? Yeah, this is the ones, yeah. Yeah, none of them completely disabled the shadows yet, but so no, it appears that I will have to go and erase this file, which is kind of annoying, but that's alright. All the rest of the stuff is there, and the control map custom and all this. So there goes that. We're going to start 76 again, and I'll just redo all the settings. I really don't care about that. That's all right. So, okay, now, yes, allow. Yep. And then, gotta get out to the belt now.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay, good. And then they're ultra high, ultra shadow distance, high after fade. Why are all the fades down? That seems weird. For some reason, I think it keeps my controls because that's in a different file. Yeah, I guess it is. Well, that's good. So, okay, hopefully it's good again. We'll go load in here. Just gonna look at the world settings, combat, never nuclear on, low, damaged out low, and all that. So yeah, everything's good there. So hopefully now all my settings should be perfect again, and I'm just gonna stop trying to remove the shadows. It doesn't help the experience. I'm learning that my computer can just run it. It's just not amazing, is what it is. Oh, the sheep needs to heal. Oops, distance. Oops, wrong one. 2, 3, 4. That's already being slammed. Okay, we're gonna conceal the thing, get here and Oh, it's raining. Oh, look, the frames are much better now that the Oh, I had a perfect setting on the controls. I forgot about that. Looks sensitivity should be all the way down, maybe. Yeah, that's good, actually. I mean, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, look, with I press an interval off and stuff, the game looks way, way better. Wow, I had a bad setting. Well, I got it now.